Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very warm welcome to the 2023 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Swimming and Diving Championships. We're looking forward to 2 days of competition. And to start our event today, we're going to have our acknowledgement of country. I draw your attention to the screens at either end of the pool.
Kapuguiga, Nitamura, which in my language means G'day everyone.
Yama, which in my language is a form of greetings, and I'm a proud Nyampa man.
Today, I would like to acknowledge the Darug people of this land on which we stand.
On which we stand.
On which we stand.
May the stars shine bright wherever you are and guide you all.
I'd like to acknowledge the spirits, the ancestors, the flora and fauna,
the mountains, the rivers, and the elders,
both past and present.
For they will continue on sharing their knowledge to the future generations.
We pay our respects to your continued connection and care for country.
We would like to extend our acknowledgements to any other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today.
And so we welcome you to this beautiful country.
Sit back, Turumari Yurumaya, relax, and enjoy what I'm sure is to be an amazing gathering. Yalabi Jilangbora, Yama.
I now invite our swimmers, divers and team managers from each association to march out for our opening ceremony. Leading the way is Sydney North. Hawkesbury River divides the Sydney North area into 2 distinct geographical identities. The southern component features the northern beaches, Middle Harbour, Lower North Shore and northwestern suburbs of Sydney. The northern component comprises schools along the coastline from Woy Woy, Avoca Beach to the entrance and inland to include schools in the Wyong Shire. Coming in second is Western. The Western School Sports Association is the largest in terms of geography of the 10 sport regions, covering in excess of 1/3 of the state. The area stretches from Lithgow in the east, branching up to the Queensland border, west to South Australia and bordering the Riverina in the south. I introduce Barrier. The Barrier forms a sub-region of the New South Wales PSSA and caters for the schools in the far west and far southwest of our state. The Barrier consists of approximately 25 schools, with its main centre being Broken Hill. Introducing South Coast. South Coast School Sport Association includes schools within the boundary bounded by Stanwell Park in the north to the Victorian border in the south, west to the Snowy Mountains, Queanbeyan, Yass and Crookwell, and north along the tablelands to Mittagong and Hilltop. A warm welcome to Hunter. The Hunter area is bound by the Central Coast in the south and extends from Lake Munmora and Wyee to Cassilis in the west and the mid-north coast reaching as far as Johns River. The major local government areas of Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Taree, Singleton and Maitland are contained within the boundaries. Up next is Northwest. The Northwest School Sports Association comprises schools in the area bounded by the Queensland border in the north, the Great Dividing Range in the east, the Liverpool Range to the south and stretches to Gadooga, Corinda and Quambine in the west. The Northwest is the second largest in terms of area and the smallest in terms of student population. Marching out next is the Riverina. Riverina region is bounded by the Murray River to the south, the top of the Great Dividing Range to the east, a line stretching from just south of the towns of Young and West Wyalong in the north, towards the South Australian border, and the western border falls just short of the South Australian border. Welcome, Riverina. Up next is Sydney West. The Sydney West School Sports Association covers the largest geographic area of the 4 Sydney associations. The boundaries extend from Lidcombe in the east to Mount Victoria and Megalong Valley in the west. from Guildford in the south to Glenhaven in the north. It also includes all the schools in the Hawkesbury area and extends to Bilpin, Colo Heights, Wiseman's Ferry and the McDonald Valley. Welcome now, North Coast. The North Coast area extends from Laurelton in the south to Tweed Heads in the north. The eastern border is 600 kilometres of magnificent coastline with the Great Dividing Range dividing the western border. The major population centres include Port Macquarie, Kempsey, Coffs Harbour, Grafton, Lismore, Ballina, Wollumbar and Tweed Heads. We welcome next to MacKillop. The name is taken from Australia's first saint, St Mary of the Cross MacKillop, who was a pioneer of Catholic education in Australia. Students representing MacKillop are drawn from the dioceses of Sydney, Parramatta, Wollongong, Wagga Wagga and Goulburn. MacKillop first entered New South Wales PSSA competitions in 1995. Up next we have Sydney East. The Sydney East School Sports Association extends from Rose Bay in the north to Helensburgh in the south to the Salt Pan Creek in the west to the eastern suburbs coastline. The region association includes sections of Bankstown, Bondi, Port Jackson, St George, Granville and the Sutherland districts. Up next we have the CIS, Combined Independent Schools, more commonly known as CIS, was formed in 1994 and is made up of a number of sporting associations. These associations represent a range of independent schools from all over the state. Welcoming now Sydney Southwest. The Sydney Southwest School Sports Association extends from Regents Park in the north to Picton in the south and from Greenacre in the east to Warragamba in the west. Welcome to Sydney Southwest. And our last association this morning is Polding. The Polding name is taken from Australia's first Catholic bishop, John Bede. He sought to respond to the pastoral needs of the country. Polding caters for students in the dioceses of Broken Bay, Maitland Newcastle, Lismore, Armidale Bathurst and Wilcannia Forbes. Polding first participated in New South Wales PSSA competitions in 1995. Could I now please ask that we all stand for the national anthem? Thank you to the Arts Unit and boys and girls from New South Wales schools for putting that national anthem together. I would now like to introduce Tracy McInnery, President of the New South Wales PSSA, to open the 2023 Annual Swimming and Diving Championships.
Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Swimming and Diving Championships. Over the next 2 days, close to 1,500 competitors from around 1,000 schools will hit the water here, representing their schools, zones and associations. Please join me in congratulating all those students on the achievement of making the state championships. State championships such as this are a pathway event, and as such, there has been a lot of work behind the scenes from teachers and staff at schools in preparing students to be here today. We acknowledge the teachers from across New South Wales, the administrative staff, the general assistants, the school learning and support officers who assist students in providing them with opportunities not just in swimming and diving, but in school sport in general. In particular, I would like to highlight and thank our championship convener for swimming, Mr. Mark Holden, together with our assistant convener, Nicole Monk, and for diving, Sue Milford, the New South Wales PSSA Executive Officer, Jason Wilesmith, the team from the school sports unit who all make this happen. Please join me in thanking those people. To the parents, family, friends, and schoolmates, many of which will watch their friends compete over 2 days via the live stream, we thank you for the work that you do in supporting these young athletes. It is now my privilege and pleasure to declare open the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Swimming and Diving Championships. Good luck to all the students.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McInnery. An important part of our championships is always to have our competitor's oath. And this year, the swimming competitor to recite the competitor's oath on behalf of all of our competitors this 2 days will be read by Sebastian Shaloub, representing Bel Air Public School from Hunter.
On behalf of all competitors, we will take part in the New South Wales Primary School Sport Association Swimming and Diving Championships, respecting and abiding by the rules that govern them and in the best traditions of school sport.
Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you to everyone for our opening ceremony. We will now have the first marshalling call for events numbers 1 and 2, the girls and boys all-age 100-metre freestyle. Those competitors can now start making their way to the marshalling area. Welcome to our timekeepers and officials for the 2 days championships. And a big thank you to these timekeepers and officials who are taking time out of their schools to officiate at this championships.
Olympian. She'll be here tomorrow to have a chat to us about her life in swimming and her life post-swimming. So we look forward to 2 days of very strong competition, and we hope that you and your classrooms and all those children who are out there watching with their teachers 2 days before the end of term 1, watching watching the events and cheering on their classmates as they represent their school. So stay tuned, and over the next few 2 days, we hope you will be quite entertained. I'm joined today by 2 co-commentators, Mr. Grant Parker and Mr. Matt Langdon. So we'll be rostering ourselves on and off through the day, so you don't have to listen to my voice all day. Our first event is the girls' 100 metres freestyle, with a record of 1 minute and 19 seconds. In our first, and in lane 0, we'll have Blair Bartlett from Tamworth. We'll have Vivian Thompson from Denniston in Sydney West, Deniliquin South, Riverina. We then have in lane 2, Addison Barnes from Picton. I'm getting things thrown in front of me. In lane 3, we have Jewel Madison Aguilar from Bardia, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Eden O'Connell, Albury Public. Lane 5, Harley Woods, William Bowden, North Coast. Lane 6, Abby Rose Proctor from Benora Point. Lane 7, Miriam Clunas from Tamworth, Northwest. Lane 8, Kayla Macbeth, Currabubula from Northwest. And in lane 9, Elsie Cock from Baronga, Barrier. And Barrier is the Broken Hill area of New South Wales. The record was set back in 2005 by a young swimmer called Casey Pilgrim, who from the far north coast of New South Wales, who swam for the Emmanuel Anglican School. So we are just waiting for the first event to take place, and that should be live.
Just a reminder to our competitors over the 2 days,
So
marshalling, to make your way to the marshalling area, we please ask that you walk across the bridge,
thank you,
down behind the grandstand and down the stairs to the marshalling area. Please do not come via the pool deck to the marshalling area. Thank you. This is the second call now for events 1 and 2, our girls all-age 100 metre freestyle and boys all-age 100 metre freestyle.
on the screen we have the first heat, and there's 4 heats in this event of the girls 100 metres all age freestyle. To get to this level, all the students have competed at the school, their local zone or district championships, moved on to the regional championships, and have come through to the state championships. So what we expect to see is some very talented swimmers over the next 2 days. The format over the next 2 days. In the morning sessions, we'll see the heats of most of the events. Some events are time finals, but we'll let you know when they are on. And in the afternoon, we'll have the finals of each of the morning's heats. And we have our first event on the blocks. Heat 1 of the girls 100 metres freestyle. And there on the screen you can see the reaction times for each of the swimmers. As I approach the turn, looks like lanes 9, 5 are all going to be fairly close, so it's going to be down to the last 50 metres. So I go through the first turn in 34.55, and that was Eden O'Connell from Albury Public School. We'll have to see if she's got the power to maintain her lead. As I approach the last 15 metres, it's going to be a close finish, but I think Eden might just be able to touch them out. In 1:13.6, and they are the provisional finishers. So we have Eden O'Connell, Hayley Woods and Abby Rose Proctor in the first 3. So those results have been confirmed. In Heat 2, which is up, just flashed up on your board, we have Una Kim from Excelsior Public School, Ava Thornbury from Canowindra, Abby Williams from Killare, Madison Sedgwick from Woonona, Quinn Nayland from St Catherine's, Singleton, Indiana Cedars in lane 5 from St Monica's Richmond, Zoe Marsh from Woonona, Chloe Joe from Denniston East, Jamie Hugo from Holsworthy Public School, and Layla Potter in lane 9 from Warners Bay. And this is going to be very tight at the turn. Remember, the first split was 34.55, and this one's gone through in 31.86. So that's Quinn Nayland from St Catherine's Singleton. The time they were trying to beat from the previous race was 1:14.55. And it is lane 5, I think. Lane 4, Quinn Nayland in 1:04.03. So the heat times are coming down. So Quinn Nayland, Indiana Cedars and Zoe Marsh. Heat 3 of the girls 100 metres all age will feature Gabrielle Seckold from Merriweather Heights in the Hunter. In lane 1, Georgia Wheeler from Young North. Lane 2, Molly Young, Newport. Mackenzie Gartner from Our Lady of the Rosemary Waitara is swimming out of lane 3. Alexis Witten from St Xavier's Gunnedah in lane 4. Nolene Ponto, Abbotsford, Sydney East. Lane 6, Karen Preston, St Andrews. Lane 7, Jasmine Boshanak from Sutherland. Lane 8, Emily Skian from Valentine. And lane 9, Irene Lee, Park Lee. And there's lane 5 at the moment. Alexis Winton in 30.86. And she's swimming a very even pace race. Alexis Witten in 1.4081, followed by Karen Preston and Mackenzie Gartner. So that heat was just a tad slower than the previous one. Heat 4. We'll see in lane 1, Chloe Kowak from Marie Bashir, Sydney East. Lane 2, Chiara Nixon, Corrimal East. Lane 3, Lexi Mulcahy from Abbotsleigh. Lane 4, Charlotte Kim, PLC Sydney. Lane 5, London Campbell, St Joseph's Bulli. Lane 6, Mia Hu from St Bernard's Botany. Lane 7, Daisy Keys, Newport. Lane 8, Delilah Watton from Byron Bay. And lane 9, Charlie Pashers from Meadow Flats Western. I've gone round at 29. So at the turn it was Charlotte Lim leading Lexi Mulcahy and London Campbell. And that was a very quick split time of 29.88. Finishing in 1:03 even. So that's a very good swim for Charlotte Lim. And she was followed by Lexi Mulcahy and London Campbell. Sorry? Unfortunately, we've had a disqualification, so that... All right. Moving on to the next event is the boys open 100 metres. And we have one of 5 heats. We have Lachlan Harvey representing Broken Hill North Primary School, Cohen Bromley representing Narellan Public School, and Nate Winders representing Morgan Street Public School from the barrier. This is the first heat of the boys 100 metre all-age final. The record for this is 1:03.4, and it was held by Justin Lee from Sydney Grammar School, St Ives, and it was set in 2013. Young Cohen Bromley from Narellan Public School in Sydney Southwest region is showing his competitors a clean pair of heels. And Cohen Bromley has finished in 1:18.97. And the official results are on your screen now. And the two boys from the barrier did very nicely. Heat 2 will see in lane 1, Clay Nixon from Benvenue Northwest. Lane 2, Elliot Stewart from Orange. Billy Riley from Young Public School in lane 3. Riley Garner from Baronga Barrier. Lane 5, Edward McGilray, Cudgegon Valley Western. Lane 6, Henry Kay, Orange. Lane 7, Cooper Ward, Glen Innes Public School. And lane 8, Caper Fennick from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. We're just waiting for the swimmers to settle on the blocks, I think. Yeah, they're up there. Looks like lane 3 has possibly withdrawn. That's young Billy Riley from Young. A couple of very anxious boys on the blocks then. The two at the bottom of your screen are going stroke for stroke down the first 50. And that's Casper Fennick from Picnic Point and Cooper Ward from Glen Innes. No, it's not. That's, sorry, Stuart Elliott in lane 2, turns in 35.26. And I think it's the Western swimmers out in front, judging by their caps. Oh no, sorry, there's a polling, I think. I'll wait and see. Riley Garner from Baronga Public School is coming in 1:13.55, followed by it's a new one. Heat 3 we now have of the boys 100 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Jude Bateman from Coss Harbour, North Coast. Lane 1, Isaac Adams, Narrabeen North. Lane 2, Samuel T.S. from North Rocks. Lane 3, Alistair Lowe, St Pius Enmore. Lane 4, Harrison Aya from Sydney Grammar St Ives. Lane 5, Henry McCarthy, St Aloysius, CIS. Lane 6, Thomas McCormick, St Mary's Casino. Lane 7, Andrew Zhang, Summer Hill, South East. Sydney East, sorry. Lane 8, Jack Schultz, Mount Thomas, South Coast. Lane 9, Phoenix Jackson, Gledswood Hills, Sydney South West. And this is going to be very close. Harrison Eyre in 30.55. Harrison's from Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Looks like Harrison has maintained his lead and will touch first in 103.69. The record, I'll remind you, was 1.0034. Heat 4 will see Gwill Barnes from Wollongong South Coast, lane 0. Riley Welsh, Quakers Hills East, Sydney West. Lane 2, Callum Adita, Lindsay Park, South Coast. Lane 3, Zach Brown, Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah. Lane 4, David Kang, Enfield, Sydney East. Lane 5, Ian Jung, Epping West, Sydney North. Lane 6, McKinley Griffin, St Columbus, Adamstown. Lane 7, Callan Atherton, Umina, North Coast. Lane 8, Sydney North, sorry. Lane 8, Ben Burgess, Kalmara, North Coast. Lane 9, Roos Mackay, Tamworth. Going through first is David Kang in 30.70. So a little bit behind the previous heat time. David Kang is from Enfield, Sydney East. And he's a strong looking swimmer. And then it finished in a time of 102.66, so his second half was a strong split. Yep. And David Kang ahead of Ian Jung in the boys 100 metres freestyle. Now we have heat 5 of the boys 100 open freestyle. In lane 0, Nate Mingay, Griffith East, Riverina. Lane 1, Kai Carmichael, McLean. Lane 2, Kobe Mead, Guyamere Bay. Lane 3, Liam Blair, Warners Bay. Lane 4, Carter McGee, Shaw. Lane 5, Ashton Bone, Our Lady of Rosemary, the entrance. Lane 6, Sebastian Calhoub from Belair. Lane 7, Alex Villani from Justin Joseph Hills, Bulli. Lane 8, Ethan Saunders, Balcombe Hills North. Lane 9, Timothy Dwyer, Lake Albert. They've gone through in 29.34, so that's the fastest split to date. Lane 5, Ashton Bone, I think, is from Our Lady, the entrance. Our Lady of the Rosary, the entrance, thank you. No, I've got that wrong again. It was Carter McGee from Shaw in 102.43. I'm going to hand you over now for the first heat of the 8 years girls 50 to Mr. Grant Parker.
Thank you, Neil. And this is the first heat of the 50 metres 8 years freestyle for girls. It is heat 1 of 5. In lane 3 we have Poppy Harris from the School of the Air. Lane 4, Penelope Taylor from Walker. And in lane 5, Imogen Mannion, also from the School of the Year. So well done to those girls for getting down here and competing at the New South Wales Primary Schools Swimming Championships. And we're just waiting for the swimmers to take their marks before we commence this race. For those of you that are not familiar with Sydney Olympic Park Aquatic Centre, the pool has 10 lanes, but they're actually numbered 0 to 9. So the lane closest to you is lane 0, and the next lane is lane 1. So that's just a little bit of an anomaly with the outlay of this pool. So the swimmers are on the blocks now. And once again we have Poppy Harris in lane 3, Penelope Taylor in lane 4, and Imogen Mannion in lane 5. So it's very, very close as we head towards the 25 metre mark. Possibly Imogen might be slightly in front. So coming into the finish, Imogen Mannion has an ever so slight lead over Penelope Taylor, and in third place will be Poppy Harris. So let's just look at those official results, which has called Imogen Mannion, Penelope Taylor and Poppy Harris. Moving on to Heat 2 of the girls' 8 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 1, Isabella Douglas from Nundle. Lane 2, Molly Flick from Forbes. Lane 3, Aubrey Tuvakia from Harrington Park. Lane 4, Tully Bowman from Young. Lane 5, Victoria Huang from Picnic Point. Lane 6, Olivia Burton from Junee. Lane 7, Kelly Oliver from Willow Tree. And in lane 8, Ilka Gay from Dubbo South. The swimmers are now moving onto the blocks, and will be shortly under the starters' commands. Now we did have a swimmer enter the water early, but they are off and running. So if you look down the bottom of the screen, the reaction times to the start is there, and Molly Flick had the best reaction time of 0.90 of a second. So at the halfway mark, it looks like we might have Olivia Burton from Junee ever so slightly in front. But we are now starting to tighten the field up as we move to the finish. And we'll just await the touchpad result. And that'll be Olivia Burton in first, Tully Bowman in second, and Aubrey Tukivaki in third. So there are the official results, ladies and gentlemen, just flashed up on your screen. We'll now move on to Heat 3 of the girls' 8 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Aria Freeman from Waniora. In lane 1, Aubrey Slee from Hamilton South. In lane 3, Elizabeth Chen from Lara. In lane 4, Mia Eggleston from Penrith. In lane 5, Kiani Wells from St Brendan's Lake Memora. In lane 6, Molly Wang from Kambala. In lane 7, Kimberly Ventra from Laguna Street. In lane 8, Alyssa Kuna from Banks. And in lane 9, Ariana Hong from Birong. So as we come up to the 15-metre mark, the swimmer in lane 4, Mia Eggleston, looks to have this race well under control, and she'll go into the finish in first. So we'll just confirm those placings. Mia Eggleston in first, Elizabeth Chen in second, and Kimberly Ventra in third. And the winning time was 38.96. Moving on to heat 4 of the girls, 50 metres freestyle for 8 years. In lane 0, Tavlin Upton from Benora Point. Lane 1, Scarlett Rivara from Bathurst South. Lane 2, Talia Delaney from South Wagga. Lane 3, Alaya Milford from St Lawrence's Coonabarabran. Lane 4, Isabel Smith from St James Katara South. Lane 5, Grace Stehan from Valentine. Lane 6, Harriet Martin Dye from Badalla. Lane 7, Lucy Kazaski from Castle Hill. Lane 8, Michelle Wolseley from Avalon. And in lane 9, Eve Collins from Currajong. They come into the finish, and that'll be a win to Isabel Smith. Second place, Grace Skehan. And in third place, Alaya Milford. And the winning time for Isabel was 38.44, which was a touch quicker than the winning time in the previous heat. And moving on to heat 5 of the girls, 8 years, 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Olive Reed from Bagunga. In lane 1, Madeline Davis from Sylvania Heights. Lane 2, Neve Borg from Caves Beach. Lane 3, Jemina McGee from Queenwood. Lane 4, Ava Schiffer from St Clair's Narellan Vale. Lane 5, Aubrey Gaff from Sacred Heart Mossman. Lane 6, Maya Everett from Gerringong. Lane 7, Alina Bajus from Lane Cove. Lane 8, Summer Wright from Avoca Beach. And in lane 9, Isla McIntyre from Bogan. And that'll be a win to Jemina McGee in a time of 41.13, followed by Maya Everett, and in third place, Neve Borg. So those official placings are up on the screen for you. And that time of 39 was just slightly slower than the fastest time of 38.44, a stat which was swum in heat 4. We now have heat 1 of the boys. 8 years, 50 metres freestyle. In lane 1, Edward Beard. Lane 2, Harry Gabler. Lane 3, Angus Booby. Lane 3, Harry Durkin. Lane 4, Harry Fraser. Lane 5, Max Boarding. Lane 6, Isaac Chulko. Lane 7, Kyson Ogilvie. Lane 8, Elijah Taylor. And in lane 9, Bailey Kennedy. What's happened? So we'll just follow the swimmers into the blocks or the finish line, and it seems we might have an issue with one of our swimmers, but we'll keep you updated as we move on. So that's going to be a win to Harry Durkin in a time of 44.01, followed by Angus Booby and Max Balding. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the confirmation of that heat, just flashed up on the screen very quickly. We're moving on now to heat 2 of the boys 8 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Dennis Ding from Carlingford West. In lane 1, Matthew Skaz from St Peter Chanel Regents Park. Lane 2, Jack Sibaris from Lillypilly. Lane 3, Theo Egling from Bishop Druitt. Lane 4, Solomon Eames from Manly Village. Lane 5, Harrison May from Bishop Druitt. Lane 6, Reuben Elsgood from St Mary's Mudgee. Lane 7, Asher Hill from Our Lady of Fatima. Lane 8, Brodie Moore from Albion Park. And in lane 9, Felix Staniford from Orange. So coming into the blocks, it'll be a very good win to Harrison May in lane 5, followed by Solomon Eames and Theo Egling from Bishop Druitt. So those official results will come up on the screen shortly, confirming Harrison May, Solomon Eames and Theo Egling. So move on now to heat 3 of the boys 8 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Avden Chan from Dundas. In lane 1, Miles Turner from Forbes. Lane 2, Theo Stanley from Maclean. In lane 3, Maximus Piper from Cronulla. In lane 4, Will Z from Burwood. Lane 5, Lewis Maney from St Xavier's Gunnedah. Lane 6, Harrison Hafford from the Scots College. Lane 7, Lachlan Thompson from Badaba. Lane 8, Ryan Lavender from Grosse View. And in lane 9, Remy Green from Lennox Head. And the swimmer in lane 4, Will Z, has established quite a good lead. And he will touch in first in a time of 36.20, followed by Maximus Piper and Lewis Maney. So confirming those placings, be Will Z in first place in 36.20, Maximus Piper and Lewis Maney. So our fastest heat winner so far is 36.09 in heat 2. Moving on to heat 4 of the boys 8 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Fletcher Barnes from Picton. Lane 1, Luke Botcher from Charleston South. Lane 2, Bob Zhao from Kirraville. Lane 3, Jonathan Compton from St Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 4, Titus Teo from Artarmon. Lane 5, Cody Kratzman from Iluka. Lane 6, Thomas McManus from Brookvale. Lane 7, Jack Fletcher from Foster. Lane 8, Ray Zhang from Our Lady Fatima at Kingsgrove. And in lane 9, Cameron Mailing from Woonona. So it's a very, very tight finish here for the top 2 swimmers in lane 5 and 4. And that'll be a win to Cody Kratzman from Titus Teo, and in third place, Jonathan Compton. That time of 35.08. That will be the fastest time going into the finals this afternoon. So we're moving on now to the girls 9 years 50 metres freestyle. Heat 1. And in heat 1 we have in lane 3, Zana Pollard from the School of the Air, another swimmer from the School of the Air. In lane 4, Florence Melton from Weewar. And in lane 5, Georgina Pollard, another swimmer from School of the Air. So well done to those girls. It's great to see you here. You've come a great distance to compete at the New South Wales PSSA Swimming Championships. So at the halfway mark, Florence Melton from Weewar has an ever so slight lead over Georgina Pollard, and in third place at the moment is Zana Pollard. I wonder if they're sisters. We'll find out. So coming into the finish, and that'll be a very good win to Florence Melton. Second place, Zana Pollard, and in third place, Georgina Pollard. So well done to those girls. Now moving on to heat 2 of the girls 9 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Cordella Sutherland from Nundle. Lane 1, Addison Skinner from Lake Albert. Lane 2, Zoe Curran from Warrawang. Lane 3, Lily Hudson from Oran Park. Lane 4, Maya Hill from Carrara. Lane 5, Vian Duyun from St John's Park. Lane 6, Hayley Smith from Broken Hill. Lane 7, Pippa Nolan from Albury Public. And in lane 8, Maggie Burgess from Coolar Central School. So coming up to the final 10 metres, it looks like we have the swimmer in lane 5, which is Jian Juong, ever so slightly ahead of the swimmer in lane 4, Maya Hill, and in third place, Lily Hudson. So Vian's time of 38.33 will be the fastest time going into the third heat. So moving on to heat 3, we have Lucy Burns from Burrumbuttock in lane 0. Lane 1, Penelope Morris from Waniora. Lane 2, Milana Mock from Excelsior. Lane 3, Abigail Marion Wegg from Currajong. Lane 4, Luna O from Epping West. Lane 5, Logan Sedgwick from Woonona. Lane 6, Leela Booby from The Junction. Lane 7, Mackenzie Simmons from Allambie Heights. Lane 8, Madison Whiting from Cumnock. And in lane 9, Cleo Wallace from Valentine. And this is a very, very fast swim. A good win to the swimmer in lane 4, Lena O, followed by Logan Sedgwick and Abigail Mario Wegg. So they're the top 3 places in that swim. Lena O in a time of 33.28. So Lena is now the fastest qualifier for the finals, with 2 heats to go. And we move on now to heat 4, which is Addison in lane 0, Addison Jones from Bathurst. Lane 1, Peyton Wilson from Mount St Patrick's, Murwillumbah. Lane 2, Hope Mingle from St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour. Lane 3, Leonie Hang from Arden. Lane 4, Chloe Zhang from Ashbury. Lane 5, Liliana Zhao from Meriden. Lane 6, Veronica Zhu from Meriden. Lane 7, Taylor Cohen from Wamberal. Lane 8, Addison Cecil from Brunswick Heads. And in lane 9, Bonnie Stock from Bogenbar. And coming up to the finish, another very, very strong swim from the swimmer in lane 4, Chloe Zhang, in a time of 32.46, followed by Liliana Zhao and Leonie Huang. So Chloe will now be the fastest qualifier in a time of 32.46 as we move on to heat 5, with the start list as follows. Sophie Stackhouse in lane 0 from Oak Flats. Layla Amira in lane 1 from Foster. Lane 2, Bella Bowman from St Joseph's Molong. Lane 3, Mia He from Haberfield. Lane 4, Emerson Hu from St Bernard's Botany. Lane 5, Romy Lee from Santa Sabina Strathfield. Lane 6, Mia Brown from Our Lady of Fatima. Lane 7, Millie Elphick from Gymea North. Lane 8, Zara Weir from Kellyville. And in lane 9, Charlotte Croden Altman. And we have a bit of a delay here. Well, we're just waiting for one of the swimmers to... So unfortunately, in heat 5, we have had a swimmer left the box early, and that being Millie Elphick. And unfortunately, Millie has been disqualified. So as we move up to the 25 metre mark, the swimmer in lane 4 seems to have established quite a good lead, and bearing in mind this will probably be the fastest heat, and that's going to be a very good swim to Emerson Hu in a time of 31.77, followed by Mia He in a time of 35.99, and Romy Lee in 36.24. So Emerson Hu will be the fastest qualifier for the finals with a time of 31.77. So moving on now to the boys 9 years 50 metres freestyle. In heat 1, in lane 0, we have Nixon Kennedy from Martins Gully. In lane 1, Cohen Sullivan from Bingara. Lane 2, Dylan Harris from Milpera. Lane 3, Harry Smith from Murrumburra. Lane 4, Charlie Chittick from Goolagong. Lane 5, Jeffrey Lee from East Hills. Lane 6, James Vanderdonk from North Wagga. Lane 7, Nate Pettit from Coolar. And in lane 8, Jet Barton from Gledswood Hills. So coming up to the final 10 metres of this, the first heat in the 50 metres boys freestyle. Very, very tight at the finish. Possibly lane 5, being Jeffrey Lee, will get the win there in a time of 37.78, followed by Dylan Harris and Charlie Chittick. So they're the official placings for the first heat. Moving on to heat 2 of the boys 50 metres 9 years freestyle. In lane 0, Alex Payton from Condobolin. Lane 1, Elston Platt from Cudgeon. Lane 2, Jack Poynton from Forbes. Lane 3, Liam Arn from St Michael Stanmore. Lane 4, James McDonough Smith from Sydney Grammar School St Ives. Lane 5, Elliot Raviston from Baronia Park. Lane 6, Dylan Kerr from Corrimal East. Lane 7, Rex Wilson from Russell Lee Public School. Lane 8, Kingswood Gill from Holy Family Merriweather. And in lane 9, Charlie Suttle from Crescent Head. And as we come into the final 10 metres, good win to James McDonough Smith in a time of 34.46, followed by Dylan Kerr and Liam Arn. And the record for this particular event is 31.63, set in 1997 by Kendrick Monk, who went on to become a fairly handy Olympian. So in heat 3, we have in lane 0, William Roy. Lane 1, Hugo Tazanovic. In lane 2, Patrick Stanley. Lane 3, Alexander Boyd. Lane 4, Ethan Song. Lane 5, Matthew Balcom. Lane 6, Wyatt Gandy. Lane 7, Justin Wang. Lane 8, Wyatt Shorter. And in lane 9, Riley Williams. So coming into the finish, Ethan Song looks to have established quite a good lead, and Ethan will finish in a time of 32.73. And he will now become our fastest qualifier. So official placings, Ethan Song, Wyatt Gandy and Alexander Boyd. As we move on to heat 4 and our final heat of the boys 9 years 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Aaron Kang from Carlingford West. Lane 1, Julian Chahub from Bel Air. Lane 2, Max Ingram from Miranda North. Lane 3, Aidan Rowlands from Shell Harbour. Lane 4, Edmund Jewell from the Scots College. Lane 5, Bo Cedars from St Monica's Richmond. Lane 6, Anthony Chang from Epping West. Lane 7, Jackson Morgan from Cole Point. Lane 8, Hugh Kite from Binya. And in lane 9, Dobbin Chase from Woolwilbar. So coming up to final 10 metres, and the swimmer in lane 4, Edmund Jewell from the Scots College, has established about a body's length Cleary Jack swimmer, and Edmund will win that heat into time of 32.70. And Edmund will now become our fastest qualifier for the final, followed by Bo Cedars and Jackson Morgan. So they're our top three place getters in the boys, heat 4 of the boys 50 metres, 9 years freestyle. Moving on to heat 1 of the girls 10 years, 50 metres freestyle. In lane 0, Amelia Savannah from Cootamundra. In lane 1, Chaswa Chatua Apas from South Wagga. Lane 2, Eiley O'Connell from Martins Gully. Lane 3, Ella Flood from Harrington Park. Lane 4, Lodi Smith from Dubbo. Lane 5, Lucy Booby from Narrabri West. Lane 6, Anthea Taylor from Walker. Lane 7, Layla Morrisby from Tarmore. And in lane 8, Millicent Rake from Wagga Wagga. Now it's a very, very tight finish here between the swimmer in lane 4 and the swimmer in lane 3. And we'll just wait for the official result. It's too close to call. And that's the winner, Elodie Smith, followed by Ella Flood, and in third place, Layla Morrissey. So that's a win to Elodie Smith in a time of 35.41. Moving on to heat 2. In lane 0, Macy Owen from Mount Terry. Lane 1, Penelope Seckold from Merriweather Heights. Lane 2, Lyndall Petches from Meadow Flat, I think. Lane 3, Bianca Shute from Cool North. Lane 4, Dora Kai from MLC. Lane 5, Sophie Rag Leighton from St Thomas More Roos. Lane 6, Julia Zhu from Balmain. Lane 7, Mary Taggart from St Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 8, Indy Roden from Mumu Heights. And lane 9, Zali Smart from Sunshine Bay. And again, it's a very, very close finish here between the two swimmers in lane 5 and lane 3. And that'll be a win to Sophie Rag Leighton in a time of 32.75, followed by Bianca Shute, and in third place, Lyndall Pacious. I hope I got that right. Moving on to heat 3. In lane 0, Piper McIntyre from Bogangar. In lane 1, Carly Forrester from Richmond North. Lane 2, Billy Kasprowitz from St John the Baptist Freshwater. Lane 3, Ava Donnelly from Our Lady of Fatima. Lane 4, Isabella Welsh from Bishop Tyrrell. Lane 5, Charlotte Brown from Woolware. Lane 6, Scarlett Milson from St Anthony's Kingston. That should be Scarlett Misson. My apologies. Lane 7, Sophie Ward from Ashtonville. Lane 8, Eva Tessadis from Lambton. And in lane 9, Cleo Wiley from Condobolin. As we approach the 25 metre mark, this is very, very close for first place, and at the moment you could probably throw a hanky over the swimmers as they head towards the finish line. Possibly the swimmer in lane 4, being Isabella Welsh, might be slightly ahead, but we'll stay and watch the finish. And yes, Isabella Welsh will finish that in a time of 32.94, followed by Ava Donnelly and Charlotte Brown, and that winning time was slightly faster than the winning time in the previous heat of 32.75. So moving on to heat 4, we have in lane 0, Ella Burns from Pambula. In lane 1, Emma Chen from Picnic Point. Lane 2, Eileen Lee from Carlingford West. Lane 3, Kayleen Park from Northholme. Lane 4, Lena Cho from Gordon West. Lane 5, Priscilla Miller from St Mary's Rydalmere. Lane 6, Sophia Wu from Winfield East. Lane 7, Indra Stevens from Sutherland North. Lane 8, Piper Howard from Kingscliff. And in lane 9, Alira Upton from Benora Point. And this will be a very close finish, but I think lane 4 will get it, and that'll be Lena Cho in a time of 32.36, followed by Priscilla Miller, and in third place, Kayleen Park. So Lena will go into the final as the fastest, Lena will go into the final as the fastest qualifier, 32.36. Okay, moving on to heat 1 of the boys, 10 years 50 freestyle. And in lane 1 we have lane 0. I'll just go through this slowly because there could be an issue at the start here. So we have in lane 0, Jacob Meredith from Escol Park. Lane 1, Cess Liskey from Holbrook. Lane 2, Bo Ellis from Humala. Lane 3, Jacob Single from St Helens Park. Lane 4, Harley Schultz from Mount St Thomas. Lane 5, Parker Smith from Illabro. Lane 6, George Kay from Orange. Lane 7, Cameron Sills from Gunnedah South. Lane 8, Nathan Winders from Morgan Street. And in lane 9, Lincoln de Lamar from Mawara. And unfortunately, the swimmer in lane 5, Parker Smith, has been disqualified, and Parker left the box early prior to the start, and unfortunately he will take no further part in this race. So look, we'll catch up with the leaders as we head towards the finish, and we could have the swimmer in lane 7. Cameron Sills could possibly, yes, Cameron has got it in a time of 35.25, followed by Jacob Single and Harley Schultz. So well done to Cameron Sills. Now moving on to heat 2 of the boys 50 metres freestyle 10 years. We have in lane 0, Leo Dwyer from Forbes. Lane 1, Jean Lim from West Ryde. Lane 2, Thomas Holmes from St Joseph's Ningen. Lane 3, Flynn Cox Gallagher from Baronia Park. Lane 4, Daniel Jin from Trinity Grammar. Lane 5, Kai Hess from Coogee. Lane 6, Jacob Makovitz from St Paul's Albion Park. Lane 7, Kuno Elbach from Gordon West. Lane 8, Camden Menny from Gunnedah South. And in lane 9, Naish Morgan from Terranora. So coming into the finish, the swimmer in lane 4 has established quite a good body length lead over the rest of the field. And that'll be Daniel Jin in a time of 32.16, followed by Jean Lim. And in third place, Flynn Cox Gallagher. So there are our official placings in heat 2. Moving on to heat 3. In lane 0, Joshua Grieve from Greenwell Point. Lane 1, Knox Ellis from Casino. Lane 2, Jack Ford from St Giles Waverley. Lane 3, Hayden Goo from St Kevin's Eastwood. Lane 4, Ollie McGee from the Shore School. Lane 5, Flynn Carroll Sink from St Anthony's Kingscliff. Lane 6, Tex Eyre from Charleston East. Lane 7, Lenny Roberts from Largs. Lane 8, Jimmy Fisher from Winerna. And Lane 9, Jamaraki Warrior from Forbes. And again, we have a really close finish here, and we'll just wait for the swimmer's touch at the end to determine the final results here. But it looks like the swimmer in lane 4, and that's Ollie McGee in a time of 31.88, will be our winner, followed by Finn Carroll Sink and Jack Ford in third place. Moving on to heat 4. In lane 0, Cameron Barry from Drummoyne Public School. Lane 1, Leo Kim from Excelsior. Lane 2, Henley Flood from St Lawrence's Coonabarabran. Lane 3, Targ Johns from Richmond Public. Lane 4, Chris Song from Northcross. Lane 5, Kieran Van Dam from Charleston South. Lane 6, Lawson Ma from Cronulla. Lane 7, Mattia Burboto from Byron Bay. Lane 8, Matthew Wang from Carlingford. And in lane 9, Nicholas Betties from Moree. And coming up to the final stages of this event, the swimmer in lane 4 has established a body length lead over the rest of the field, but we'll just await the official confirmation. That'll be Chris Song in a time of 31.14, followed by Kyron Van Dam in second place and Targ Johns in third. So we'll now move on to heat 1 of the girls 11 years freestyle. In lane 0, Celia Gallagher from Weewar. Lane 1, Freya Ray from Albury Public. Lane 2, Autumn Squires from Kingscliff. Lane 3, Elsie Cock from Baronga. Lane 4, Chloe Beatar from Harrington Park. Lane 5, Stella Potts from Bulwarra. Lane 6, Aliana Gill from Narromine. Lane 7, Blair Bartlett from Tamworth. Lane 8, Ebony Taylor from Henty. And in lane 9, Hope Smith from Timbumbra. I probably didn't get that out properly. I do apologise. Okay, coming up to the finish, looks like it will be the swimmer in lane 5. Stella Potts, well done Stella, in a time of 33.10. Autumn Squires is second place. And in third place, Chloe Beatar. So good win to Stella in that heat, and she'll go now as the fastest qualifier. Moving on to heat 2, we have Isla Weller from Sandy Beach. In lane 1, Aurora Lynn from Samuel Gilbert. Lane 2, Ruby Lindvai from Glebe. Lane 3, Mia Hu from St Bernard's Botany. Lane 4, Coco Becker from St Augustine's Coffs Harbour. Lane 5, Molly Ramian from the Xavier's Gunnedah. Lane 6, Irene Lee from Parkley Public. Lane 7, Jamie Hugo from Holsworthy. Lane 8, Kendall Payne from Gerringong. And in lane 9, Layla Herford from Tacking Point. And we have a very, very good race for the finish here. Possibly the swimmer in lane 4, but maybe lane 8 might be there. Lane 7 might be there as well. But Coco Becker in a time of 30.47 will win that event heat, followed by Molly Ramian and Jamie Hugo. So well done to Coco, who now is the fastest qualifier for the finals. Moving on to heat 3 of the 50 metres girls, 11 years. In lane 0, Savannah Uvar from Bathurst South. Lane 1, Pippa Kesh from St Augustine's Coffs Harbour. Lane 2, Mia Spiro from Mariah. Lane 3, Ella Clayton from St Teresa's Mascot. Lane 4, Chloe Joe from Denniston East. Lane 5, Kiara Nixon from Corrimal East. Lane 6, Chloe Buck from St Mary's Young. Lane 7, Lily Andrews from Mimosa. Lane 8, Jewel Madison Aguila from Bardia. And in lane 9, Brianna Varley from Terralba. So we have a good win there to Clara Nixon in a time of 30.52. Second place, Ella Clayton, and in third place, Mia Spiro. So they're the official placings, and Kiara will now become... No, the fastest qualifier is still Coco Becker in a time of 30.47. Kiara is very close though. So moving on to heat 4, in lane 0, Vivian Thompson from Denilican South. Lane 1, Evelyn Watts from Crown Street. Lane 2, Jasmine Boshanek from Sutherland. Lane 3, Madison Sedgwick from Woonona. Lane 4, Amaya Hill from Penrith. Lane 5, Lucy Matthews from Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 6, Molly Young from Newport. Lane 7, Emily Skeen from Valentine. Lane 8, Charlotte Della Bosca from Wallarang. And in lane 9, Elizabeth Peng from Castle Hill. So moving up to the finish, the swimmer in lane 4, Amaya Hill, and that's a good swim to Amaya in a time of 30.01, and she will now be our fastest qualifier for the final. In second place was Lucy Matthews, and in third place, Molly Young. So well done to those ladies in the final heat of the girls' 50 metres freestyle. And I'll now hand over to Matt, who will take you through the boys' 50 metres freestyle and ensuing events.
Right, we got when the boys 11 years 50 metres freestyle events, and we're going into heat 2. Bo Thompson, lane 0. Taylor Ward, lane 1. Davin Carty, lane 3. Lane 2. Thomas McCormick, lane 3. Brad Honor, lane 4. Lane 5. Callan Atherton. Lane 6, Josh Spinks. Lane 7, Hunter Bastow. Lane 8, Blaine Cooney. And lane 9, Leo Dean. Heat 2. Welcome to Neil. He's back. He's going to join me for a little bit of commentary and conversation on the swimming this morning. And how are you this morning, Neil?
I'm well, thank you. I just thought it was a very good time, 29.70 for the last swimmer. The record's 28.22, so that record may be in danger in the finals this afternoon.
28.22, Tane Bedoys from Glenorrhea, set in 2016. Heat 3, Josh Cho, Dundas, Bay Doble, Oyster Bay, Oka, Stanley, McLean, Joel Pagano, Turramurra, Eli Gardner, Edgeworth Heights, Christian McBride, William Clark, Combined Independent Schools, Matthew McDonald in lane 6, from St Columbus at Leichhardt North, Oliver Petrovic and James, Katara South, Timothy Dwyer in lane 8, Lake Albert, Byron Ritchie, Ulladulla.
And Eli Gardner in
Eli Gardner is our man.
29.8.
29.8 it is. It was pretty close, the last heat. And
it's going to be very close.
going into heat 4, lane 0, Kobe Everett from Eden. Lane 1, Willem Botha, Gymea Bay. Lane 3, Riley Welch, Quakers Hill East. Lane 3, Liam Blair, Warners Bay. Lane 4, Lewis Jewell, the Scots College, Combined Independent Schools. Lane 5, Zach Brown, Our Lady of Fatima. Is that Caringbah? I've got a CO.
Yeah,
Caringbah, yep. Aris Farizis, Yamba, up on the north coast. Ziggy O'Brien. Aris is from Trinity Grammar. Ziggy O'Brien is Yamba. Brendan Makira, Kellyville. And Max Hall, Albury Public.
Very close race in the finish there.
Going for a fastest qualifier there of 29.55.
Jewel Lewis.
It makes him the fastest qualifier so far, unofficially, of course.
Followed by Zach Brown and Liam Blair. The final heat. Oh, no, sorry.
No,
that
was our final heat, so it looks like he may be our fastest qualifier.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll let the officials sort all that out. Going with the girls, 12 years. 50 metres freestyle. The record holder is Lydia Murray from Glendale. The record is 27.84 and it was set in 2015. So a little while ago, that record stood the test of time. We did have one that was set in 1997, a little while ago, by Kendrick Monk out of Marion.
Yes, an Olympic swimmer.
Yeah, he became an Olympic swimmer, yeah. And the swimming fraternity would be very familiar with that name. Here we go. Sophie McMaster, lane 0, North Star. Hayley Lorimer, Holsworthy. Addison Barnes, Picton. Chloe Simmons will go out of lane 3, Wagga Wagga. Ivy Slee, lane 4, South Hamilton. In lane 5, Ashley Mitchum, Nambucca Heads. Kelly Briggs will go in lane 6, Gunnedah South. Miriam Clunas, Tamworth, Northwestern Region. And we also have a swimmer from Gledswood Hills in lane 8. And Ruby Harris will go in lane 9 from School of the Air. They're away. And it's a case at this level of throw your washing in. I mean, there's plenty of little bit of turbulence in the pool, isn't there? And, no, throw your washing in. I remember a man that used to swim out near St Mary's, not with us anymore, Ken Havard, maths teacher, and Ken was very good for getting your washing done. He was a water polo player and could certainly swim and create some turbulence. All right, we've got a victory there in that first heat. Ashley Mitchum, 32.80.
Ivy Slee, Chloe Simmons.
Layla Potter will go out of lane 0 in the next heat. Warners Bay, Penny Hughes, lane 1 from Grenfell. Willow Holm, Gordon West in lane 2. Mackenzie Gartner, Our Lady of the Rosary, Waitara. Lexi Mulcahy, lane 4, Abbotsleigh. Karen Preston, St Andrews Combined Independent Schools. Ava Thornbury will go in lane 6, Canowindra. Ava Weeks, lane 7, Kirraville. Una Kim will go in lane 8 from Excelsior Southwest. And Lily Purtell, Byron Bay, beautiful Byron Bay on the north coast. Our furthest eastern point, Byron Bay. Yep. I wonder if there's any geographical advantage to training at the most eastern point. All right, they're away in heat 2. Nice race, 10 metres in, and no, those middle lanes, even some of the outer lanes. Yep. So it's Karen, Lexi, Mackenzie battling it out there with Ava. Let's see how they go when they come down to the wall. Close one. Thank heavens for electronic timing. 29.64, Lexi. Kids from Abbotsleigh and a few others around the state hopefully enjoying the broadcast this morning. Lane 3, Eden O'Connell, Albury Public. Lane 0, Anna Corbett, Sylvania Heights. Zoe Marsh will go in lane 2 from Woonona on the south coast. Pear, hope I got that correct. Nada, St Monica's, North Parramatta, just down the road. Alexis Whitten, St Xavier's, Gunnedah. London Campbell, St Joseph's, Bulli. Delilah Wharton will go out of lane 6, Byron Bay. Jasmine Swarbrick, Wilberforce and Gabrielle Seckold, Merriweather Heights. Pretty close one here too, Neil.
Yes.
Although lane 4 doing slightly the better. Looks like Alexis Whitten knocking it out there in the middle. Seeded heats here, Neil, aren't they? So you tend to find the faster qualifiers placed towards the middle of the pool.
And that's Alexis Whitten in 28.97. And London Campbell 29.69 from Delilah Wharton.
Going into heat 4, and we will have in lane 0 Ivy Lynch. We're looking at the 12 years girls here. Ivy Lynch, Waniora, South Coast. Abby Philpott will go in lane 1, Hornsby North. Abby Williams, Calera, thanks Neil. Thanks Neil. Indiana Siders, St Monica's, Richmond. Charlotte Lim, PLC, Sydney. Quinn Nayland, St Catherine's, Singleton. Nolene Ponto, Abbotsford, Georgia. Wheeler is going in lane 7 from Young, North. And lane 8, Chloe Quack, Murray Bashir School, Sydney East. And Chloe Douglas, Jamison Town, Sydney West.
Charlotte Lim in 28.83.
Charlotte Lim it was. Makes her most likely fastest qualifier.
And we're now moving to the boys, 12 years, 50 metres freestyle, and we have 5 heats in this. And our first heat features 3 swimmers. Zayden Paul from Morgan Street Barrier, Elliot Stewart from Orange and Western, and Lachlan Hardy, Broken Hill North Barrier.
So a few guys here from throughout the state. Morgan Street, can you enlighten us on where Morgan Street School?
Street is a school in Broken Hill.
Okay.
And they swim for the Barrier region.
Yep.
It's a
well, we've got some.
school.
Yeah, we've got some guys here from the regional areas, Morgan Street, Orange, and Broken Hill North. So they've come all this way for a swim in Sydney. It's very nice of them. And here they are.
They'll go to the show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
In 33.14 was Elliot Stewart, I believe.
Yep. So that's where the country comes to the city, isn't it? The show, yeah. And they've certainly done it.
The record in this event is 21.61. It was set by Oliver Moody from Singleton.
Very good. Next heat, we're going with Reese Irwin from Dubbo, Luke Busby, lane 1, he's from Griffith East, Chase McKay, lane 2 from Tamworth, Riley Garner, Baronga is in lane 3, Riley Garner from Baronga is in lane 3, Phoenix Jackson, lane 4, out of Orange, Kenry Kay, lane 5, Cohen Bromley, lane 6, Norellan, Caspar, I think it's Fenwick, yep. Picnic Point, Edward McGilvray, pretty famous name there. Lane 8, Cudgegong Valley, Max Booby, lane 9, Narrabri West. I'm thinking McGilvray, Alan McGilvray, quite a famous cricketer and commentator.
He was.
Yeah.
And Phoenix Jackson in 32.71. And Jackson's from Gladeswood Hills, Sydney Southwest.
Very good.
Our next heat features Nate Mingay out of Griffith East in Riverina, Billy Riley from Young, Noah Dignam from St Christopher's Holsworthy, lane 3 Aaron Wang from Linfield, lane 4 David Kang from Enfield, lane 5 Cody Carfield from St Joseph's Bly, lane 6 Nick Byrne from Mossman, lane 7 Kai Carmichael from McLean, lane 8 Jake Schultz from Mount St Thomas South Coast, and lane 9 Marisa Mackay Tamworth.
There may be an update there where we go lane 5 and 6, Kobe Carfield, Isaac Adams, and maybe a little update in there. Not sure, we'll find out here in a second.
David Kang in 28.93.
David Kang is the man, 28.93.
Kobe Garfield in lane 5,
yep.
and Aaron Wang in lane 3.
Okay, going heat 4. Koa Lutz, Lake South Coast, down near Wollongong Way. Lane 1, Phoenix Brown, Roselle, Sebastian Chalub from Bel Air, Hunter is in lane 2. Lane 3, Henry McCarthy, St Aloysius. Lane 4, Carter McGee, Shaw. Lane 5, Alistair Lowe, St Pius, Enmore. Lane 6, Callum Ardita, Lindsay Park. Lane 7, Harrison Stevens, St John's, Dubbo. Lane 8, Liam Fletcher, Forster. And lane 9, Lennox Eek, Terranora.
Lane 4, I think.
Looks like lane 4, Carter McGee here, doing slightly the better. If it's, yeah, it is him.
28.09.
28.09, and he brings the time down a little more to be fastest qualifier so far unofficially, and looks like they're going to go with one more heat.
Yeah, and we have in lane 0 Ethan Saunders from Balcombe Hills North, Lee Edward from Quakers Hill Public School in lane 2, and Kimberly Griffin, St Columbus, Adamstown, lane 2. Lane 3 is Samuel Teast from North Rocks. Lane 4, Harrison Eyre from Sydney Grammar St Ives. Lane 5, Ian Jung, Epping West. Lane 6, Ashton Bone, Our Lady of the Rose with the entrance. Lane 7, Kobe Mead, Guymere Bay. Lane 8, Cruz Schubert, Southwest Rocks. And lane 9, Flynn Strathan from Cohiba.
Harrison Eyre from Sydney Grammar is, yes he is, 28.62. And that'll be in the hands of the officials to determine who's going through to a final this afternoon. Going in now with the girls, by the looks of things. Yeah, girls, 13 years, 50 metres freestyle. Lane 1, Jordan Breen, Goulburn South. Lane 2, Charlotte Churchill, Inverell. Dana Fredericks is in lane 3. Greta, Hunter Region. Elizabeth Carroll is in lane 4, St Mary's, Tukley. In lane 5, Koisha Morris, Rawarrena Central School. Lane 6, Paige Tomaccio, Nangame Public School. And Hannah Wilkins is going in lane 7 from Pilliga Central School. The record is held by Chloe Gaundry from Balgala North, and it was set in only last year, 2022. And lane 4, Elizabeth Carroll. Lane 4 is proving to be, well, it is traditionally a fastest qualifier lane, isn't it?
That's correct. 34.26. What's the time? For Elizabeth Carroll.
Looks like we're going only 2 heats here,
Yes.
which means we're running out of the older girls in the primary schools, when the girls that are going to be turning 13 this year. Tiana Marshall is going to be going in lane 1 from Culburra in heat 2. Alyssa Walford, lane 2. Colorena Bry. Catcher Mervyn, lane 3. Sherwood Ridge. In lane 4, Maeve Dwyer.
Yep.
St Patrick's Albury. Sarah Carter will go in lane 5 from Deniliquin South, all the way from Deniliquin. Raglan will be represented by Andy Grace Fox in lane 6. And lane 7, Daphne Spurk from Sutton on the south coast. Raglan. I'm not familiar with...
Near Bathurst.
Okay. Midwest. You'd say that's Midwest, wouldn't
Yep.
you? Mm.
Yep.
They'd be getting ready for a nice cool winter, I'd imagine, out of Bathurst.
so.
Yeah. Gets pretty cold out there. Alyssa Walford fastest away. No. It's interesting. We're looking at reaction times down here, but looks like Sarah Carter. Anyway, there's 50 metres to sort this out, not the first 5 metres. So the girls are doing that as we speak. Lane 4 and 5 doing battle in the middle of the pool, as we expect. Catcher Mervyn, Maeve Dwyer. Going to be a close one.
Very close.
34.78. I assume those girls will be meeting again in the final later today.
Our next event will be the boys 13-year-old 50 metres freestyle. And in heat 1 we have Lachlan Johnson, who's from Coolamon in the Riverina. Jack Jasnos from Griffith East of the Riverina. Reece Sheridan out of lane 3 from Marimba North Coast. Lane 4, Kai Birch, Our Lady of the Sea Terrigal. Lane 5, Harry Robinson, St Mary's Young. Lane 6, Samuel Wood, New Lambton. Lane 7, Martin Gomez Montero from Ultimo, Sydney East. And lane 8, Hugo Hoffman, Mossvale, South Coast.
Well, from Mossvale, I guarantee you it's cooling down at Mossvale. And you know, as we head into autumn.
And the record for this event was 27.72, set in 2005 by Tarjan Smith.
That's a while ago.
Yes,
yeah,
it's a very good swimmer.
Strong record, yeah. Great facility, isn't it? Beautiful, the Olympic pool. And a great must be a great pleasure for kids and parents to be able to come along to the Olympic venue.
Oh, for many of the kids it's a highlight. But they've been working probably for the last 6 months building up to this event with their training, squad training. And that is lane 4, I think, that's out in front. Lane 4 is Kai Birch, I believe, in 35.19.
Heat 2 of the 13 years boys 50 metres freestyle is Jacob Wheeler going in lane 0 from Glenbrook out near Penrith. Lane 1, Obi Ewert, Gerildery. Luke Marshall will go in lane 2 from Rouse Hill. Aidan Barlow, lane 3, Umina. Lucas Kelly in lane 4, St Matthews Mudgee. Lucas Hilkemeyer, Tacking Point, lane 5. Sam Walker, lane 6 from Mudgee. Sam Mayer, St Mary's, Dubbo. And lane 8, Cody Churchill, Inverell. We've got a representative here from Rouse Hill, western suburbs of Sydney. And I don't know if I mentioned the athletics, but there's a very vigorous and energetic magpie that lives out at Rouse Hill. and it likes to get a bit active around springtime. So I'm sure there's some other suburbs that have got some competitive magpies as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you've met that magpie?
I've met the magpie, and I tried to avoid him the second time, and he still found me. Yeah. All right, here we go. Middle of the pool, lane 4. Lucas Kelly, it looks like, yes, 33.49. Going with heat 3, Oscar McClure will go in lane 0. We're just concluding heat 2, but in heat 3 of the 50 metres freestyle for the 13-year-old boys, Oscar McClure, lane 0, Goulburn South. In lane 1, Corbin Cummings, Bowning, South Coast. Lane 2, Nicola Barrack, Bingara, Northwest. Tanner Ramsey will go in lane 3, Kendall. Alex Baker, Wheeler Heights. He's in lane 4. Ashton Ambrose is in lane 5, Macaulay Central, down at Tumut, down near the Snowies. Fletcher Penman, lane 6, Carringbar, Sydney East. Alex Monk, Singleton. Hunter Region is in lane 7, and Noah Mercut, Curlewis Public School, Northwest. They are 20 metres into it. One, two, three, lane 4 again. Alex Baker, of course, all we're doing is providing our interpretation of the results. It's all down to the officials. Alex Baker it is, 31.08. All right, we're going to line up here with the, we're coming into some multi-class swimmers, and met with some of the people that are assisting the multi-class people yesterday, and they are very much looking forward to the multi-class events and helping those swimmers today. So we're going to be going with a girls 11 to 13 years, 50 metres breaststroke multi-class event here. And we've got Macy Wilson, lane 2 from Gunning, Tess Nugent, Kororo, North Coast. Alia Curry, Lakes Grammar in lane 4. Sarah Houston, Wilson Park. And Mackenzie Miller, St Mary's, Orange. That is our lineup for heat 1 of multi-class. Multi-class is interesting, Neil, in the sense that there's a formula that they use based on world record times, yeah?
They compare their classification to the percentage of the world record. So it won't necessarily be the first swimmer to touch the wall that wins these events. These are all time finals in the next series of races. So they'll complete the race, they'll look at the classification, and they'll compare that classification to the world record. So in any one race you have a number of different classifications. And in swimming they go up to 14, I think it is, from memory.
They've extended it, yeah.
Extended it, 19, which is a special class on its own. So they now compare those, each finishing time against the world record, and the one with the best percentage or the most points is declared the winner. So these events take a little time to decide who is the gold, silver and bronze medalists.
Yet these people will compete against each other in the same event.
That's exactly right.
Yep. And then they are, the result
is compared
so yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Good job I'm not doing that calculation. I think you need a pretty smart guy there.
There's some very clever people in there that do our formulas that they follow.
Imagine so, yeah. Anyway, we're getting ready for heat 1.
And the record for this was set by Gemma Selleck. In 2022, last year, she did 49.24.
And accumulated 285 points, which is what you're talking about. There's the time and then the points.
That's right.
She was from Balgowlah Heights. So as you're watching the screen, you can see some swimmers making their way along the far side of the pool deck. They're coming from marshalling, the marshalling area, and they are escorted alongside the pool deck. Must be a nice walk for them, making their way onto the deck of the Olympic pool and down to the starting area. So I did say a little while ago, we were chatting about that lovely moment to be able to come to the Olympic venue and the Olympic facility, and it just must be lovely to walk out onto that for the first time, because it is a beautifully presented pool. It's also got some, not just the Olympic pool, it has its diving facility where championships are also occurring today, and it's also got some smaller pools.
Recreation pools.
Yeah, where you can stand up and have a great old time.
Actually, the diving is New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Diving Championship is being held concurrently with this, and they are competing as we speak.
We're not far away from a start here in Heat 1 of the girls 11 to 13 years 50 metres breaststroke multi-class. There are just some adjustments being made to help the athletes at the start.
And with the multi-disability, you can have an in-pool start, in-water start, or you can go off the blocks or beside the blocks. And we're down a couple of swimmers here.
We are, yeah. That's all right. We're going with, it looks like we've got Tess Nugent going in lane, oh no, we would have Macy Wilson, lane 2. Alia Curry, lane 4. And they've got a lane in, but they've got plenty of room here. Mackenzie Miller in lane 6. Girls making their way down the pool in 50 metres for breaststroke. Okay, so even though we're seeing what looks like places here, based on what we were chatting about a little while ago, it's not necessarily so, is it? Because it's based on the swimmer's classification in the multi-class. This is a good swim. It looks like, if we're correct, Alia Curry from Lakes Grammar, she's going to come in and touch, and there she goes in a time of 1:22.03.
In this event are competing against the clock, not swimming basically against the other swimmers in their race, but they're competing against the time.
And they're also at this time in this heat, plus the swimmers that will contest the next heat, all of them. That's the entire field. Mackenzie Miller it is, second in unofficially, lane 6. Mackenzie Miller from St Mary's, Orange. Alia Curry from Lakes Grammar, combined independent schools.
And Macy Wilson.
Macy Wilson is in...
from Gunning, South Coast.
Inland, South Coast, Gunning. All right, Heat 2, Lexi McGovern, Lane 0, Young North. Holly Moldwater, St Luke's. Margaret Jordan, Kensington, going in lane 2. Lexi Brown, Nambucca Heads, lane 3. Lane 4, Mia Hogan, St Patrick's, Albury. Lane 5, Bridget Mulcahy, Woy Woy South. Chloe Hunter, lane 6, Panania. Lane 7, Alina Busa, Chisholm, Bligh Park. Emily Evans in lane 8, Emmanuel College, Combined Independent Schools, Dakota Doust, lane 9, Dapto, Bligh Park, out near Windsor. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And shout out to Panania Public School, hopefully watching Chloe Hunter. Mrs Sharon sends her best to all those students at Panania.
Very good, very good. Like to think we've got a few kids across the state watching this morning.
Oh, hopefully.
Yeah. we were talking about this at athletics, and you know, whether the teachers are going to be kind enough to give their kids a good viewing of things this morning.
The second last day of term 1.
Yeah.
There'll be a few viewing, and that looks like Chloe's setting a very good pace at the lead.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 4. Mia Hogan. Could be Mia Hogan. She might have something to say about this. And beautiful technique. And
was a very good, strong swimmer last
bang,
time.
in she goes at 46.53. Mia Hogan, fastest qualifier there based on time. And then she will, as with all the girls, they will undergo the system of the calculation, the formula, I imagine. Great swim from the multi-class girls there in 50 metres breaststroke, both of those heats.
Next event will be the boys. The boys 11 to 13 heat. We're just having a bit of a swap here. In lane 2 we'll have Mrs. Breaststroke 50 metres. Eddie Clare from Holy Cross, Helensburgh. Saxon Zazeel from Dora Creek. James Tarr, St Luke's Marsden Park. Caleb Heathrock is in lane 5 and he's from St Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 6 is Toby Morgan from Parks East. Lane 5, Ace Spell from Yamba.
All right, I'm going to give you the reins here, Neil, and you're in charge.
Thank you.
Have a nice time.
Thank you, Matt. We're just swapping chairs here, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, a lot of those swimmers chose not to go off the blocks. The record for this is held by Landon Smith and was set in 2021, and he swam at 46.02. And he was at St Paul's, Gateshead. Through the next little while, Grant Parker will be joining me with his commentary. And our swimmer in lane 9, I think it is. No, we haven't got a swimmer in lane 9, so I can't play. Was Ace Bell, lane 7 in 102.60. I think you'll be very happy with that. 102.60. And James Tarr from St Luke's Marsden Park, and Caleb Hislop from St Aloysius Chisholm are the first 3 to touch the wall, but as we've said on a number of occasions, it is based on their time compared to the world record when they look at their classifications. So the actual medal winners could come from either of any heat, because these are all time finals. And they have been confirmed, those positions. Heat 2 is going to feature Caleb Nichols out of lane 0 from Fairy Meadow, South Coast. Lane 1, Xavier Wilson, Shell Cove, South Coast. Lachlan Mackay, lane 2, Stella Maris, Shell Harbour. Lane 3, Michael Williams, John Purchase. Lane 4, Joseph Navicki, Palmer's Island, North Coast. Lane 5, Brodie Becker, Tuggeranong, Sydney North. Lane 6, Diesel Thompson, Minchinbury Public. Lane 7, Hunter Lentil from Penshurst, Sydney East. Lane 8, James Morley, Lakes Grammar, CIS. And lane 9, John Michael Lauro from Kirrawee. the results of the first heat. Looks like we had 2 disqualifications, unfortunately. And we're just waiting on heat 2. And heat 2, now the names are on the screen for you. We're all off the blocks on this one. No, we've got one beside. And we're away. Looks like lanes 4 and 5 are going to battle this out down to be first to touch the wall. But we have to remember that all these students, many of them have quite different disabilities, and that gives them a special classification, or a classification. I think it's lane 4, is it, from North Coast? Yes, Joseph Novicki, looks like he may touch first. Lane 5, Brody Becker from Tuggeranong, Sydney North. Ben Joseph Novicki, 51.69. I'll just wait for all those times to be finalised. And the medal, or the first, second and third medals, will be presented after all the calculations have been done. We now move to the girls 10 years and under, 50 metres of breaststroke. No. Oh yes, so that's correct. Edie Ross from Valentine and Hunter. Lacey Johnson in lane 3 from Arana Heights Public School in Western. Sienna Compton from St Aloysius Chisholm in Paulding. Lane 5 we have Kaya Earn from Blue Mountains Grammar School, CIS. And lane 6 all the way from Narromine we have Matilda Barling. The record for this was established in 2017 by Stephanie Bruzzese, who had 204 points, and the record is 53.21. And they're in the starters' hands. You may have noticed the lady in green standing next to the swimmer. She was a tapper, so that the student is obviously hearing impaired, and she tapped when the electronic gun was fired, or the starting. The swimmer in the middle lane is setting a very healthy pace. But remember, the girls are competing against their best time compared to the world record in their classification. And that's a very strong swim from Sienna Compton, 53.24. 53.24.3 100ths outside the record. But her classification may not be the same. So that was Sienna Compton from St Aloysius, Chisholm. So that was a straight time final, and the winner will be decided when they compare those times. We now have the boys under 10 multi-class 50 metres breaststroke, and again this is will be the one heat. The record was established by Jordan Hun in 2021 in 57.88, and he amassed 139 points. And when this event takes to the water, we'll have in lane 3 Peter Brumhan from Burrawa in Western, Reed Cogran from Evans River North Coast, Christian Wilson from St Charles Waverley, and Lachlan Reed from our Lady of the Rosary Waitara. So those times have been confirmed. And there are the final placings, or finishing order, but not the predominant medals. We've had someone, we've got our 4 competitors. So this is a straight time final. One heat of 1. Swimmers have the ability to choose whether they start in the water, on the blocks, or beside the blocks. Oops, he's gone on. That's our swimmer in lane 4. Lane 4, Reed Cogran from Evans River, North Coast, who's leading the way at the moment. The students you can see lining up on the far side of the pool are all the age breaststrokers. So they will start with the junior breaststroker, girls and boys. So that's 8s, 9s and 10s, and we'll have the 11s and then the 12s and 13s. And the swimmer in lane 5 has crept up too. So the Reed Cogran from Evans River North Coast in 1:01.70, and Christian Wilson 1:07.39. Well done. Lachlan Reed is touched. Our next event will be the girls 8 to 10 years, 50 metres breaststroke. We have 5 heats in this one. Our first heat will feature Sophie Pollard from School of the Air Barrier, Ava Harris, also from the School of the Air Barrier. And lane 5 we have Ada van Velhuisem from Warrialda Northwest. That's pretty interesting. We've got those 2 students from the School of the Air, so they've competed. They learned from home by the radio, and the School of the Air people do a wonderful job. And Mr. Parker, sitting next to me, has done some work with the School of the Air over the years. And his wife, I still think, currently is working with the School of the Air. So these students come from quite remote areas of New South Wales, and they have come to, obviously gone to the Barrier Swimming Championships and come through to the State Championships. So congratulations to all 3 of these swimmers. Warrialda's also a bit distant. Mr. Parker might fill us in later on about experiences working with the students at the Air. And it's a very close swim between all 3 of them. Well done, girls. And Ava Harris has touched first ahead of Sophie Pollard and Ada, 55.62. The record was set for this in 2002 from a young swimmer from Lennox Head on the North Coast, Keaton Simpson. In the heat 2, of the girls 8 to 10 years 50 metres breaststroke will feature in lane 1 Quinn Armstrong out of Griffith East, Isabella Sampson, Padstow North, Sydney South West, Ely O'Connell from Martins Gully, North West, Amelia Cashman from Raglan, Western, Lyndall Purchase, Meadow Flats, Western, Ella Flood, Carrington Park, Sydney South West, Chloe Lawson, Deniliquin North, and Lucy Booby from Narrabri West. Some of those swimmers, we're starting to recognise names that have swum in a couple of events already. Lyndall Purchase swam in the 100 metres, open 100 metres, the 50 metres freestyle, and did pretty well then that one too. So we've got lane 7, I think it is, which would be Chloe Lawson. I've probably got this wrong. Ella Flood, lane 6 from Harrington Park, Sydney South West, followed by Lyndall Poachers and Isabella Sampson in the time of 49.39. Heat 3 sees Chloe Blatchford from Charleston East, Hunter, in lane 0, lane 1 Ellie Prescott, St John's the Baptist Maitland, lane 2 Liliana Makira Kellyville, lane 3 Willow Bang Epping West, lane 4 Catherine Hill St Catherine's, lane 5 Ava Donnelly from Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah, lane 6 Ollie Lloyd Jones Saint Sabina Strathfield, lane 7 Niam Spinks Holy Family Skinner's Head, lane 8 Riley Guffer from Googong South Coast, and in lane 9 Mila Staniforth from Orange. And it's Catherine Hill from St Catherine's in first place with 42.21, followed by Willow Bang and Ava Donnelly. 42.21. Our fourth heat, penultimate heat in this event, here we'll see in lane 0 Andy Lawrence from Coringal. In lane 1, Elisa Kelly, Kororo, North Coast. Lane 2, Olivia Z, Peakhurst. Lane 3, Harper Mulcahy, Abbottsley. Lane 4, Dora Kai, MLC. Lane 5, Eline Lee, Carlingford West. Lane 6, Chloe Zhang, Ashbury. Lane 7, Lola Doherty, St James, Yamba. Lane 8, Dora Tan, Pleasant Heights. And lane 9 from Binabar is Alexis Rhodes. And the two middle lanes are going stroke for stroke, and they've both got very powerful styles. And very fast styles. And it is Eileen Lee in 42.90. 42.90. Eileen Lee is from Carlingford West in Sydney West. Heat 5 will see Emma Chen from Picnic Point Public School. Next to that, Panania at in lane 0. Sophia Dragovic from Shell Harbour South Coast in lane 1. Julia Zhu from Balmain Sydney East. Lane 3, Lena Cho from Gordon West. Lane 4, Clara Kim Eastwood. Lane 5, Emerson Hu from St Bernard's Botany. Lane 6, Sophie Petrie, Hazelbrook Public School. Lane 8, Chelsea Maynard from Southwest Rocks. Lane 7, lane 8 is Piper McIntyre, Bogangar, North Coast, and lane 9, Lily Booby from the Junction. It's a very powerful swim from the swimmer in lane 4, and that's Clara Kim from Eastwood, Sydney North. And her time of 41.11.
Neil, going into the finals, Clara Kim will be our fastest qualifier in a time of 41.11 seconds. So congratulations to Clara.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
We will keep an eye on her in the final.
We certainly will. I'll do the first heat of the boys in the boys junior metres breaststroke before I hand over to Mr. Parker. He might fill you in about the School of the Air at that point in time. In lane 0, Harlem Ward, Warren Western. Lane 1, Parker Smith, Illaboo, Riverina. Lane 2, Freddie Littlejohn, Orange. Lane 5, Nicholas Beddoes, Moree. Lane 4, Jimmy Fisher, Woonona. Lane 5, Henry Cannon, Hay. Lane 6, Jacob Meredith, Escort Park. Lane 7, Oscar Francis, Wallerarang. Lane 8, Nate Winders, Morgan Street Barrier. Lane 9, Samuel Bellate, Corowa. We've got a swimmer in lane 0, is it? Or lane 9? Lane 9 is doing very well in this event, and that's young Samuel Bellate from Burrawa, but it's Jacob Meredith from Escol Park, Sydney Southwest, in a time of 49.75. 49.75. The record in this event was set last year by Sonny Keto from Forestville, and he swam that in 39.72 last year. So I'll take you through to the end of these ones and then hand you over to Mr. Parker with the 11 years girls. Oh, yes, the 11 years girls. Heat 2 will feature Harley Schultz from Mount St Thomas South Coast, Lewis Castro Largo from Sacred Heart Mona Vale, Zane Kafaji from Wallsend South, Thomas Charbo from Mortlake is in lane 3, Aidan Bogo in lane 4 is from Beecroft, Leo Kim from Excelsior Public School is in lane 5, Louis Siska is from Castle Hill and he's in lane 6, Kai Hess from Coogee is in lane 7. Cody Kratzman from Maluka is in lane 8, and Timothy Pan is from Kirraville. And they're in the water. Still waiting for a couple of the swimmers to surface. And we've got lane 7, vacant. I think it's lane 7, so that was Kai Hess from Coogee. But it's very close between lanes 4 and 5. And there's a couple of other challenges coming too. And that's Cleo Kim from Excelsior in 44.16. 44.16. So that heat time was faster than the previous heat. As they're all seeded heats, that's not unusual. Heat 3 will feature Charlie Sharp from Camden Public School in lane 0, Roland Cohen from St Finbarrs, Byron Bay, lane 1, Bailey Irwin, John Palmer, Sydney West, in lane 2, Blake Gahu from Glendore Hunter, lane 4 is Ollie McGee Shaw, lane 5 Chris Song North Cross, lane 6 is Tex Air from Charlestown East Public School, lane 7 is Jacob Makowitz from St Paul's Albion Park, lane 8 Zachary Turner Mulwarra, and lane 9 Lewis Bolt from Kingscliff. They're just waiting, and the starter has it, they're just waiting by the blocks to be told to take their marks. The swimmers have been introduced.
Just so I've got a break there, Neil, we do have 4 more heats of the breaststroke, and then we'll go on to the boys junior relay, and then the girls and boys all age relays before we have a break for lunch. So a little bit more swimming to come before we have our break for lunch.
Thank you, Grant. And they're away. We'd anticipate a faster time in this heat, and we probably anticipate a closer finish. Just judging what's happening at the moment with lanes 4 and 5, and 6 are staying with them.
I think Ollie McGee's opened up a bit of a lead there, Neil, coming into the finish. He's probably a body length in front.
Yes, he has. He's dismissed the other swimmers and taken off. And he's finished in 42.40.23. So Ollie ahead of Chris Song and Tex Air. Sorry, 42.23. I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank the swimming officials that have come along from New South Wales Swim and give it their time to support us in providing this event. They do a wonderful job, and they have, some of them been out here for the last 4 days helping with the various different swimming championships that have been held in those last 4 days. Right, heat 4 of 4 in lane 0, Cameron Sills from Gunnedah South, Tristan Thorne from Burraneer Bay in lane 1, Isaac McCullen Narandra lane 2, lane 3 Finn Carroll Sink St Anthony's Kingscliff, lane 4 Ned Simmons Lindisfarne School, in lane 4, lane 5 Nash Hawkins from Joseph Bullite. Lane 6, Lachlan Lee, Chatswood. Lane 7, Longtan or Anthony Zhang, Our Lady of the Fatima Kingsgrove. Lane 8, Camden Many from Gunnedah South. And Lane 9, Mattia Beberto from Byron Bay. They're in the starter's hands. Good reaction times there. Manny Camden in 0.68. And we have a straight line virtually across the pool. Lane 4 seems to be creating a bit of a lead. With lane 5.
No, that's a swimmer in lane 4, Neil, and that is Ned Simons from Lindisfarne.
Okay, on the north coast. It was a good finish for second and third. So it was Ned Simmons in 44.51, Lee Lachlan in 45.31, and Anthony Zhang 45.34. I'm going to hand you over now to Mr. Parker.
Thanks, Grant. The swimming's been great this morning. Plenty of activity in the main pool.
It has been.
And a lot of people at the complex too. I've just had a bit of a walk around. The lines at the cafeterias seem to be working smoothly.
So moving towards the finish in the swimmer in lane 4, Chloe Joe from Denison East. It's going to be very tight between lane 4 and 5, but Chloe has just got it from Coco Becker in a time of 40.70 from Coco Becker and Jill Madison Aguila. And we've seen a few of those girls swimming in previous races today, so some of them have got big programs today. So moving on to heat 4, in lane 0 we have Olive Neely from Erskineville. Lane 1, Emily Skian from Valentine. Lane 2, Riona Endo from Guildford West. Lane 3, Annabelle Hunt from Canberra. Lane 4, Ivy Smith from St Gregory's Hills. Lane 5, Mia Hu from St Bernard's Botany. Lane 6, Molly Ramian from St Xavier's Gunnedah. Lane 7, Zoe Lawrence from St Joseph's Port Macquarie. Lane 8, Layla Tola from Adamstown. And in lane 9, Kimmy Chien from Bonnie Riggs Heights Public School.
Interesting record, Grant. We've got a record that is 10 years old here. 36.70 set by a young lady by the name of Mariah Moshevis from All Saints, so it's a long-standing record.
And it's a good record, mate. It's a sub 40, which is excellent for this.
It's moving, isn't it?
So, picking up the finish here, ladies and gentlemen, will be the swimmer in lane 4, Ivy Smith, in a time of 38.75, followed by Mia Hu and Annabelle Hunt, and they'll be our top 3 place getters. And Ivy Smith will be the fastest qualifier moving into the finals this afternoon. We'll move on now to the boys 11 years breaststroke. Heat 1. In lane 0, Toby Digger from Thirlmere. Lane 1, Thomas Hall from Tamworth. Lane 2, Sterling Armstrong from Millthorpe. Lane 3, Beckham Mulmia from Windang. Lane 4, Max Parmenter from Beale Bangera. Lane 5, Cruz Kendall from Lake Kajeligo. Lane 6, Cash Sullivan from Bingara. Lane 7, Nicholas Sirik from Dalmini. And in lane 8, Josh Galloway from Wattle Grove.
Lane 4, doing the business here.
Yeah, it's pretty tidy, mate, isn't it? So, the swimmer in lane, possibly in lane 8 might also be up there, challenging.
Certainly in the running, yeah.
So,
good swim from out wide.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty tight, so we'll just wait for the touchpad results.
I think lane 8 might have that.
And that'll be Nicholas Sirik in lane 7. Well done to Nicholas in a time of 45.01. Second is Max Parmenter, and third Cash Sullivan. So well done to Nicholas Sirik. It's not often we get it. With the seedings on Meet Manager, it's not often that the outside swimmers are able to win a heat. So well done to him. So moving on to heat 2, we have in lane 0, Katie Heath from Cancoban. Lane 1, Byron Vickery from Pacific Palms. Lane 2, Marcus Wang from Rainbow Street. Lane 3, Kane Mason from Guymer Bay. Lane 4, Thomas McCormack from St Mary's Casino. Lane 5, Callum Atherton from Imina. Lane 6, Sebastian Nata Legois from Our Lady Assumption. Lane 7, Oliver Haddon from Narooma. Lane 8, Eric Paul from Grossview. And in lane 9, Ziggy O'Brien from Yamba. And as we approach the 25 metre mark, again, it's a very, very close race here, but the swimmer in lane 4, Thomas McCormack, might have a slight edge over the swimmer in lane 6, and that is Sebastian Nata Legois. So we'll just wait for the official results, but it is going to be a good win here to Thomas in lane 4. And that's a good swing at a time of 38.82. Second place is Callan Atherton, and in third place, Kane Mason. So well done to those boys. And heading into heat 3, Thomas will at the moment be the fastest qualifier for the finals. So moving on to heat 3, in lane 0 is Oka Stanley from McLean. Lane 1, Max Hall from Albury Public. Lane 2, Willem Botha from Gymea Bay. Lane 3, Josh Spinks from Sibley Xavier's Gunnedah. Lane 4, Christian McBride from William Clark. Lane 6, Sean Ning from Turramurra. Lane 6, Joel Pagano from Turramurra. Lane 7, Kian Weber from Kearsley. Lane 8, Clay Nixon from Benvenue. And in lane 9, Paddy Bruce from Warren. So as we come to the 25 metre mark, the swimmer in lane 5, it looks like it's Sean Ing. It's got maybe an arm's length lead over Christian McBride.
They're going to fight this out. I think it's close. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be pretty tight, Matt, for the finish here.
Little gap there now, and normal service restored. Looks like Grant with lane 4 sort of, finishing as top place again.
So Christian McBride will be our winner in 38.84. Sean Ing, who put up a very good battle with Christian, in second, and in third place Josh Spinks. Moving on to heat 4 of the boys 50 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Luke Forrester from Mamadai. Lane 1, Eli Gardner from Edgeworth Heights. Lane 2, William Ryan from St Catherine Singleton. Lane 3, Brendan McKira from Kellyville. Lane 4, Aris Farizis from Trinity Grammar. Lane 5, Oliver Pearson from Calrossie. Lane 6, Peyton Balwani from St Kevin's Eastwood. Lane 7, Hunter Bastow from Mater Dye Wagga Wagga. Lane 8, Ryla Hooper Hopper Buckland from Crescent Head. And in lane 9, Ju Sung Byron from Blackswan Street.
Crescent Head, bit of that sort of surfing focal point up on the north coast there, isn't it? People like to get up there and surf.
And normally a lot of these kids are good swimmers. A lot of them do surf club or go surfing.
Spend some time in that environment. Yeah.
So coming up to the finish, looks like we might have the swimmer in lane 5, and that might be Oliver Pearson from Calrossie. And good swim to Oliver in a time of 39.20. Second place is Ariz Farizis, and in third place Brendan Mackay. So moving on to the final, the fastest time at the moment is Thomas McCormack, who's swimming in heat 2, and he has a time of 38.82. So that'll be a good final. There's some very fast times there as they move to the final. We'll move on now to the 50 metre breaststroke for 12 to girls 12 to 13 years. And in lane 0 is Marley Fulliger from Panania. Lane 1, Abby Crawford from Tuban. Lane 2, Sophie McMaster from North Star. Lane 3, Zara Chowdhury from Tacking Point. Lane 4, Abby Rose Proctor from Benora Point. Lane 5, Sarah Carter from Denilican South. Lane 6, Pippa Kosh from Sir Henry Parks. Lane 7, Kayla Macbeth from Curra Barra. Lane 8, Gloriana Tang from Cabramatta. And lane 9, Ruby Harris from the School of the Air. And as Neil mentioned, in New South Wales, we have a range of education providers, and one of those for the isolated students is the School of the Air, and the other is the distance education program we run, and we're very proud of that system. So in first place we have Sarah Carter in a time of 43.17, followed by Carla Macbeth in second, and Abby Rose Proctor in third. So Sarah apart. And it's great to see those geographically isolated students swim, and there's also students here that do homeschool for various reasons, one of which may be they're elite sports people. So they do their schooling through distance education, and it enables them to compete at the elite level. And they're mainly secondary students, but from time to time there might be some primary students as well. So moving on to Heat 2, in lane 0 is Ava Weeks from Kirraville. In lane 1 is Ava Chapman-Reid from Beaumont Hills. In lane 2, Georgia Wheeler from Young North. Lane 3, Minnie Clark from Roseville. Lane 4, Ayla Pittock from Marana Heights. Lane 5, Karen Preston from St Andrews. Lane 6, Una Kim from Excelsior. Lane 7, Claire Heo from Warrawee. Lane 8, Addison Barnes from Picton. And in lane 9, Ivy Sleeve from Hamilton South. Now we've seen a few of these swimmers competing previously, so obviously there's a lot of versatility amongst our primary school students at these championships. So coming into the final 10 metres, it'll be the swimmer in lane 4 at the moment, Ayla Pittock, just in front. And I will get that in a time of 39.17, well done to Ayla. Second place will be Karen Preston, and in third place, Una Kim. So they're the official placings, ladies and gentlemen, in the second heat of the girls, 12 years, 50 metres breaststroke. Moving on to heat 3. In lane 0 is Chloe Quack from Marie Bashir. In lane 1, Abby Armstrong from Cumnock. In lane 2, Kimberly Yu from Gordon West. Lane 3, Santana Tonelli Smith from Macaulay Rose Bay. Lane 4, London Campbell from St Joseph's Bulli. Lane 5, Venice Curry from Sacred Heart Broken Hill. Lane 6, Nolene Ponto from Abbotsford. Lane 7, Gabrielle Seckel from Merriweather Heights. Lane 8, Penny Hughes from Grenfell. And in lane 9, Layla Potter from Warners Bay. And as Matt mentioned, the record for this from Keaton Simpson from Lennox Head is an excellent swim of 35.55, established in 2004. So that's a long-standing record. So coming into the finish, we've got a great battle here between the swimmer in lane 4 and the swimmer in lane 5. And this will all be a touch. And London Campbell just touches out Venice Curry with Santana Tonelli Smith in third. And that was an excellent time by both those top swimmers, 38.68 and 38.84.
Yeah, they're really bringing it in from that first heat, aren't they? That, considerably quicker.
So moving on to our final heat of the girls 50 metres breaststroke. In lane 0, Bronte Turner Burns from Cronulla. In lane 1, Ivy Lynch from Waniora. Lane 2, Delilah Wharton from Byron Bay. Lane 3, Pereira Nadair from St Monica's, North Parramatta. Lane 4, Charlotte Lim from PLC Sydney. Lane 5, Charlotte Holmes from Oxford College. Lane 6, Alexis Witten from St Xavier's, Gunnedah. Lane 7, Phoebe Lavelle from St Pius X Dubbo. Lane 8, Bronte O'Brien from Oakville. And in lane 9, Ava Dravokovic from Shell Harbour. And we've had a number of swimmers from St Xavier's, Gunnedah, so they must have a good swimming program in Gunnedah. So coming up to the finish, the swimmer in lane 4, Charlotte Lim from PLC Sydney. Charlotte will win that in an excellent time of 36.74. So well done to Charlotte. In second place will be Charlotte Holmes, and in third place Phoebe Lavelle. So moving into the finals, we'll have Charlotte Lim as our fastest qualifier. So moving on now to the boys breaststroke, of which we have 5 heats, which is terrific. And in heat 1, in lane 3, Zayden Paul from Morgan Street. In lane 4, Edward McGilvray from Cungerong Valley. And in lane 5, Lachlan Harvey from Broken Hill North. So great to see those three boys swimming. They've certainly travelled fair distance to be at the championships today. So again, Matt, that looks like a pretty quick time for the record.
Yeah, that's Daniel Seo from Dundas, Sydney West. Well, you know, time gets away, doesn't it? 2016, in a time of 35.116, really moving. But there's a record that's stood for 5 years. So doesn't take long, 5-6 years.
In the primaries, the records generally can not last that long because you have a great group of swimmers coming through.
Well, that fellow, Daniel Seo, he's probably getting towards the end of his high school career now, or if not done.
Yeah, so in that heat with those three boys, we have Edward McGilvray in a time of 49.04 in first place, Lachlan Harvey in second, and Zayden Paul in third. So well done to those boys. We'll now move on to heat 2 of the boys 50 metres breaststroke. In lane 1, Lennox Munro from Lake Kajiligo. In lane 2, Bo Hill from Armidale City. Lane 3, Phoenix Jackson from Gledswood Hills. Lane 4, Ben Golder from Temora. Lane 5, Harry Stridesland from Sandon. Lane 6, Antonio DeMio from Barramurra. Lane 7, Hugh Knox from Millthorpe. And lane 8, Riley Garner from Barunga. So a lot of country primary schools in this event, which is great to see. These boys, and obviously the girls in other events, being given the opportunity to come to Sydney Olympic Park to compete at the New South Wales Primary Schools Swimming Championships. So moving towards the finish, it looks like it could be Antonio DeMeo in lane 7, who has a slight lead at the moment.
You're right, we've got kids that are scattered throughout the state. You know, Barramurra down near the ACT, down near Queanbeyan. It's a good spread in this event.
Yeah, that's Antonio has won that race. Well done to Antonio, and he's done a time of 44.15. So well done to Antonio. Second is Harry Stridgeland, and third Phoenix Jackson. So well done to those boys, and well done to all the boys in that heat. So moving on to heat 3. In lane 0, Kessler Merchant from Tweedhead South. Lane 1, Lennox Eek from Terranora. Lane 2, Alista Lowe from St Pius Enmore. Lane 3, Harrison Stevens from St John's Dubbo. Lane 4, Daniel O from Normanhurst. Lane 5, McKinley Griffin from St Columbus Adamstown. Lane 6, Ethan Liu from Gordon East. Lane 7, Tyler Quinn from St Declan's Penshurst. Lane 8, Nate Mingay from Griffiths East. And lane 9, Luke Busby, also from Griffiths East. So great to see two boys from the one school. And they'll be battling it out with the rest of the swimmers in this heat.
Great for them that they get to line up right next to each other at the state championship, isn't it?
And the school carnival must have been a very good carnival.
Imagine so. Yeah.
So we have the swimmer at the moment in lane 5, and that'll be McKinley Griffin heading towards the finish, and that'll be a good win to McKinley, a time of 37.75. Followed by Ethan Liu and Harrison Stevens making up our top 3 swimmers. So well done to those boys. So final results up there for you, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to heat 4 of the boys 50 metres breaststroke. And the start was for heat 4. In lane 0, Archie Halliwell from Shell Cove. Lane 1, Gwill Barnes from Wollongong. Lane 2, Hayden Howard from Jerome Public School, one of the local schools to Sydney Olympic Park. Lane 3, Hamish Carmichael from Holy Name Foster. Lane 4, Tawu O from Barker College. Lane 5, Carter McGee from Shaw. Lane 6, David King from Enfield. Another local school, which is great to see. Lane 7, Nicholas Kim from St Mary's, Rydalmere. Lane 8, Sarge McLucas from Kingscliff. And in lane 9, Jack Grace from Martins Gully in the northwest. So he's come a fair distance to swim this event. So they're off the blocks and good time for reaction time for Archie Halliwell of 0.90. Anything around 0.90 or less is an excellent start. So we've got a bit of a battle going on here between lane 4, which is Tai Wu O, and lane 5, Carter McGee. So the touch is going to determine the finish here. It looks like it might be Tai Wu O, just touches out Carter McGee, and Hamish Carmichael in third place, and Tai Wu's time of 37.02 will be our fastest qualified of date. So well done to Tai Wu as we move on to the final heat. And that would be heat 5, and in lane 0 is Callum Bromley from Narellan. In lane 1, Sebastian Chubbard from Belair. Lane 2, William Petrie from Hazelbrook. Lane 3, Jacob Deere from Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Lane 4, Ian Chung from Epping West. Lane 5, Edward Lee from Quakers Hill. Lane 6, Jaden Barker from Kellyville. Lane 7, Max Kahn from Moara. Lane 8, Eli Borge from Cave Speech. And in lane 9, Jake Schultz from Mount St Thomas. In the starter's hands, good start, and wow, that's good reaction time there from Cohen Bromley and Sebastian Chubbard. And as I said, below 0.9 is good. These guys were at 0.59, so that's excellent start. An excellent reaction to the starter. So the swimmer in lane 4, Ian Shawn from Epping West, he's established a good lead over the swimmer in lane 5, Edward Lee, and the swimmer in lane 3, Jacob Deere. So going to the finish, it's Ian Shawn in a time of 36.27, followed by Edward Lee and Jacob Deere, and they're our top 3 place getters in that heat. And Matt, you might let us know who the fastest qualifier was.
Well, I think we're looking at, it might be Ian Jung in that last one, 36.27, yeah. I was just looking at the record, you know, that's an amazing swim, 35, you know, that's under a second there, but those guys will obviously go a little bit quicker in the final.
Right, so I might hand over to Matt now and take you through the relays.
Thanks, Grant.
And I might just do the first relay, call out Matt, you can then take over once they start. How does that sound?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Rightio, so in the girls 8 to 10, 200 metres freestyle relay, we have in lane 0, School of the Air. It's fantastic to see those girls got a team up. In lane 1, Narrabri West. Lane 2, Camden South. Lane 3, Milpera. Lane 4, Albury. Lane 5, Orange. Lane 6, Orange Small Schools. Lane 8, Tamworth, and in lane 9, Nemminga. Now we have at the moment, I believe, we don't have a lane 7, so for some reason that lane will remain vacant for the swim.
Thanks, Grant. Nice call through those breaststroke events. Some great, good examples of the breaststroke as a skill. And we're in the relays now for 4 by 50 metres. And we've got the girls 8 to 10 years. And of course we've got heats here with all of these teams attempting to qualify for what will be a final later in the day. Milpera changing in front after the first leg, and their first swimmers put in a nice 50 there of 43 seconds, but it's all tied up here. We've got Albury, Orange, and Orange Small Schools doing it nicely here out in front, and Milpera is still in touch. Yeah, we have Albury Public look like they made, there's the touch, the changeover. We'll get the placings there come up. Milpera it is, lane 3. I'm getting, yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And we've got lane 3, Milpera, doing it quite nicely.
And the record for this event, Matt, was set in 2017
yeah.
by Pinball.
Lovely. We've got lane 2 that have surged to the front here, which is Camden South. So they've had an excellent third leg. And obviously their other girls are doing a good job to put them in touch before they unleash their final swimmer. And they have the lead. They have a 3-metre lead with 25 metres to swim. No shortage of willing competitors here though, because lane 4, Albury Public, coming at them. So we've got
very close.
We've got, yeah, it is Camden South. They did very well. They stayed in it. They kept in touch, and then their final 2 swimmers managed to create the break, and they look like they will qualify as fastest from that heat in a time of 42.82. Going in heat 2 now for girls 8 to 10 years, 4x50 metre relays. In lane 0, Carlingford West. Lane 1, Annandale North. Lane 2, St Anthony's Kingscliff. Lane 3, Gordon West. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies College. Lane 5, Linfield East. Lane 6, Woolaware. Lane 7, Valentine. Lane 8, Winston Hills. And lane 9, Dubbo. And we are away. And we have one of those nice and interesting moments where the lead is being contested from the outside lanes. Girls in the middle are certainly in the mix here. In fact, lane 4 will probably change in front, but lane 0 have done very, very well. And the girls from Carlingford West are well and truly in the mix as they head into the second leg. So it is lane 4, leading them out, PLC, Pymble Ladies College. And they are leading from Gordon West. So a couple of schools that are probably pretty close to each other, I'd imagine, in that neck of the woods. And the Gordon girls have done some serious work in that second leg. Sorry, it is the PLC girls, but the Gordon girls have done well. They've stayed in touch. We've got a big third leg going in here for PLC. And if our information is correct, Crystal Lee is swimming this leg for PLC, and she has extended their lead. So she will hand over Final swimmer, if our information is correct, we are Emma Deer, and she's going to have the responsibility of bringing it home. She's away. She has 10 metres. So other schools are going to try and swim here and post a quick time. But gee whiz, they've really established themselves here. I imagine they're going to, they will go into the final, all things being good, and they'll be very competitive in that final. Lane 4 it is. Pymble Ladies College will finish their heat in first place in a time of 2:29. It's a great swim from all of the girls there. A lot of swimmers in each event. I imagine the marshalling area is pretty congested just prior to this and right now as they all try and get themselves organised for their respective relays. Heat 3. We've got Heat 3, the junction going in lane 0. Woonona, lane 1. Lane 2, Our Lady Star of the Sea, Terrigal. Lane 3, Kambala, from the combined independent schools. Lane 4, Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah. Lane 5, Santa Sabina, Strathfield. Lane 6, Bogangar. Did I say that correctly?
You did, very well.
Very good. Lane 7, Shell Harbour, down on the south coast. And we've got Narangah, North Coast, and South Wagga from the Riverina. And we are underway, first leg. And is lane 4, Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah, leading them out. And she will hand over in front. Going out of lane 3, my apologies. It's going to be Kambala, I think. Yep. They've handed over in front. And for some of the schools, I can see we have more than 4 swimmers listed, so possibly we've got some backup there. Would that possibly be right? Some reserves in case the originally selected team can't present, and they have reserves in place. So here we have it. Some good competition coming in on the far side of the pool, but it will be Kambala. Oh, maybe that's a close changeover. Bogangar, lane 6, North Coast, put in a pretty strong second leg there. But Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah are pulling just slightly ahead again in the third leg. They are the team to chase at the moment. 75 metres left to swim in this third heat of the girls 8 to 10 years, 200 metres freestyle relay. Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah will touch and hand over in front, and they are away in the final leg. One of those great team events, Neil, where you get to watch a few of your schoolmates, you do your job and they hand over to the rest. And
these are always the most exciting events at the swimming, in my opinion.
They are, aren't they? They're great team events. And some of the relays now, if you move into the secondary schools, there are some massive relays, looking at 6 legs and, 12 legs and swimmers from each age group, males and females. What a finish this is. Wow.
Oh.
All right. That's Santa Sabina, Strathfield. I'm not going to say they came from obscurity because they were probably planning it all along. They swam particularly well, stayed in the event, and they look like they've qualified fastest in that heat, 2:30.45.
300ths of a second between first and third.
Only just outside the time from the previous heat. So what a great swim. They obviously had faith in themselves. We're going for heat 4. Gerringong, Lane 0 down on the south coast. St Francis de Sales. Woolaware, I'd imagine.
Yep.
Lane 1. Lane 2, St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour. Lane 3, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 4, Merredin, Combined Independent Schools. Lane 5, Epping West, Sydney North. Lane 6, Merriweather Heights, Hunter. Lane 7, Kellyville, Sydney West. Lane 8, Miranda North, Sydney East. And Cootamundra from Riverina. They're all involved here. And I'm just looking at Kellyville there. Now, Kellyville used to be I won't say a quiet little town on the western edge of Sydney, but I tell you what, it's transformed into a bustling place now. It's a lot of people living out that way. Here are the girls from Kellyville. All right, we're going to have a handover here, and I believe lane 4, Merredin. Would that be correct?
Yep.
If our information is correct, Veronica Zhu is in the water for them, and she's got the responsibility of trying to hold this lead down. She's doing pretty well at the moment. She has a couple of metres over the swimmer from Epping West on the other side of her. And we've got our right team here. We've got Ellen Kim from Epping West, who is trying to keep in touch with her. But Merredin are going to touch and go into the final 100 metres here in lane 4 with a slight lead. Alice Wu is quite possibly our swimmer here, and she has a nice high arm action. And she looks like she's really enjoying this. She's eating it up. 20 metres to swim in her leg. And Epping West, Oishi Duta is trying to keep touch with her and doing a good job. But we've got Merredin doing it well. Are going to hand over here in front, and they're away. In the originally selected team, it'd be Liliana Zhu trying to bring this home for Merredin, Combined Independent Schools. And Merredin, where is that school? What suburb? Are we talking a suburb or are we talking a...
Yeah, I've got a feeling it's in the Strathfield area.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Down the road.
Yeah.
Mm. Girls probably caught the bus up to the pool this morning, you'd imagine. Yeah. And here they go. They're going to touch in front, and it is Merredin, 2:25. Solid time by far. The fastest qualifying time of all of the 8 to 10 years girls relays. 4x50, that concludes those heats, with Merredin unofficially posting the fastest qualifying time.
Going to move into the boys, 8 to 10-year-olds or junior 4x50 metre relay. In heat 1, we'll go through that very shortly, but we have a record established by Knox Prep in 2019 of 2:13.63, so that's a very quick time. So in lane 0 we've got Griffith East, lane 1 Coolah, lane 2 Leeton, lane 3 Panania, lane 4 Dubbo, lane 5 Muwara, lane 6 Holbrook, lane 7 Redwood Hills, and lane 8 Corindai. And we have a very close first leg. Our swimmers in there. It looks like lane 4. I'm not sure.
We've got a young man here in lane 0 that's punching out a really strong leg, and that would be a man from Griffith East. He's right up there with the guys in lane 4 and lane 3. He'll change in front. It's a great leg.
Followed by Dubbo Public School and Panania. Another shout out to those children watching Panania Primary School. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Yeah, well.
In the moment we've got in Oliver Nadosky from Panania in the water, Ethan Bugner from Griffith East, Richard James from Coolah, Cadell Thompson from Leeton, Thomas Marchant from Dubbo, Zachary Turner from Luara, Harry Purcell from Holbrook, Kylan Singh from Greswood, and Spencer Turrell from Corindai.
So Pannonia have had a couple of shout-outs today. Neil, can you enlighten us and...
Yes, enlighten you. I taught there for 10 years. And
right,
my wife
yeah.
only just recently retired.
Very good. There is a connection there.
Yes,
Yeah.
my wife actually taught Chloe Hunter. Who's
Okay.
very good swimmer. So that's my life history.
All right, yeah.
And we still
rich
have in
rich
front,
history, I'm sure. Yeah.
We're a team from, is it Griffith East or no, who's that? It's Dubbo.
It's going to be lane 4.
Dubbo.
Yeah, it is Dubbo. They're holding it down. Yeah, but look at the Griffith guys. They are in there, swimming out of lane 0. Just that nice lane in obscurity. Now, who made one of those outside lanes very famous back in an Olympic Games? An Australian swimmer, wasn't he? Qualified for the final. He was quite a swimmer. Yeah, won it from the outside lane.
Yep.
Now we're talking Barcelona there. We're talking Atlanta.
Sure.
Yeah, interesting one.
And it's Dubbo West, I think. I don't know, lane 8. Corindai. Can't be right.
Medal against the odds, 1996. I think we're talking Atlanta there for Kieran Perkins. All right, we're going.
On the results here, there's Dubbo Public School. 2:43.
96 it was. 1,500 metres. We're going into
second heat.
Second heat, tacking point. Going in lane 0, Redhead Hunter. Nice beach up that way, I think, isn't it? Redhead. Forbes. And going in lane 2, St Finbar's, Byron Bay in lane 3. In lane 4, we've got St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour. Lane 5, Walls End South, Hunter Region. Lane 6, Our Lady of Fatima, Carringbar. Lane 7, Corrimal East, who had the cricket nets opened by which famous bowler, Neil, we were talking about? I think we'll cast our minds back there. And lane 8, Carlingford. Lane 9, Orange. The cricket nets at Corrimal East Public School were opened by Alan Davidson. Wow. Remember we were having a chat about that at athletics, I think. Yeah, the great Alan Davidson. Nice little school there, down on the back of Pioneer Road, I think, of Wollongong. And, all right, well, the race is well and truly on here. We've got lanes 4 and 5 contesting at St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour, with Walls End South, lanes 4 and 5. They have the lead at the 75 metre mark. And we're getting that nice arrowhead formation of the middle lanes, fastest qualifiers generally, and they're living up to their reputations. We do have St Augustine's changing in front. Coffs Harbour. Strong leg, strong third leg going in here from all the boys. Gentleman in lane 2 for Forbes. Jack Poynton got a great kick on him. He's really motoring, swimming well. The St Augustine's boys. We are Walls End South, I think. No, it is St Augustine's to change in front. Lane 4. And St Finbar's, Byron Bay have come into the equation now. We're at the business end of the race. Lanes 3 and 4, St Finbar's, Byron Bay chasing St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour in lane 4. And with 25 metres to swim, we're thinking St Augustine's have put their fourth leg in the hands of a guy they reckon they can do the job, and it looks like he may well do that. Ben Wilson is swimming for them, and he will touch St Augustine's, lane, we've got a, yeah, we've got Walls End.
No, that's the touch.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. We had a Walls End window. They've come over the top. It's a great effort. All right, we're going for heat 3. We've got the 8 to 10 years boys 4x50 metre relay, heat 3 in lane 0, Gunnedah South. Lane 1, Our Lady of Sacred Heart. Randwick. Manly West will go out in lane 2. Valentine, Hunter Region, lane 3. Shaw, Combined Independent Schools will go in lane 4. The race is away. In lane 5, Cronulla, Sydney East. Lane 6, St Joseph's, Bulli. Lane 7, Woonona, South Coast. Lane 8, Byron Bay, North Coast. And lane 9, John Palmer, Sydney West. Caleb Cho in the water for them in lane 9. Lane 4, Scots College. No, lane 4, Shaw. They have changed in front with a really big leg by Hugo Freischmidt. We should have Benjamin Walton in the water now for Shaw. And they are leading. We are 80 metres into this third heat. Shaw have the lead in lane 4. Closely followed and chased in lane 5 by Cronulla. And Shaw are away. It is up to Cronulla and the other teams to try and chase them down. They've established a strong lead here. So with a lead like that, you'd imagine their fourth swimmer's feeling maybe a little less nervous and more relaxed than he would be in other circumstances. He may get to really enjoy this fourth leg, and if they qualify fastest from this heat, looks like they will do, he can save a little in reserve for later in the day for what should be a final. Of course, we've got to wait on the official results. He looks like he's having a nice old time out in front, and it should be Ollie McGee. No, he's just cleaning out the jets, I think, for this afternoon. That's a 15-metre lead, so they've done it quite comfortably. In heat 3 of the 8 to 10 years boys, 4x50 metres relay. Nice swim from all the boys. Nice. Yeah. Valentine. Byron Bay. Fourth, yep. Very nice. All right, we're going into the fourth, what should be the fourth and final heat of the boys 8 to 10 years 4x50 metre freestyle relay. Our schools in the final heat are as follows. In lane 0, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 1, Beecroft, Sydney North. Lane 2, St Mary's, Warren. Lane 3, Caringbah North. Lane 4, the Scots College. Lane 5, Trinity Grammar. Lane 6, Mona Vale. Lane 7, Burraneer Bay. Lane 8, Shell Harbour. And Lane 9, North Rocks. All right, the starters got them underway in this, the final heat for the boys 8 to 10 years, 200 metres freestyle relays. And we've got a full complement of schools all the way across the pool. Four lanes 4 and 5, the Scots College going at it with Trinity Grammar out in front. Trinity Grammar maybe just an arm, half an arm. Let's see what we get here. And it is lane 5, Trinity Grammar to turn in front. And now their second swimmers are going to have a similar battle down their leg. Interesting swimming in this situation, I'd imagine, Neil, because you know you've got obviously got a favoured side that you'd like to breathe on, but you're trying to keep an eye on a guy that's might be on your non-favoured side. I don't know how the big swimmers do it. They obviously have a peak somewhere along the way, but these guys have kept in touch. Lane 5 have maintained their lead, a slight extension of it, but both those guys, very, very nice legs. Well, this is interesting because the young man from Scots College has got an excellent start off those blocks, and he's put some distance in really quickly to the young man Lucas Wang from Trinity Grammar. So they've thrown the pressure back on the Scots College boys and asking them now to swim from behind and catch them. So what an interesting dynamic we've got in this relay. He's extended, it's a really big leg from start to finish. He will hand over. So we're going, we have Scots College there. We have line 1, 2, 3, 4, Scots College.
And this is increasing that lead.
Yep.
The last swimmer. The Scots is Edmund Jewell.
With Mona Vale in 3rd spot at the moment in this heat. Lane 4, the Scots College. They've had a really good swim, put their faith in a good couple of first and second legs there, and then unleash their guys for 3rd and 4th to try and bring that home. Whatever system they had there, whatever swimming order they had there, it certainly worked. Congratulations to them.
We now move to the 5x50 relays, and we have this is an all-age event where you have 5 swimmers across the ages, and they can swim in any order. So in lane 1 we have Northwest, lane 2 Sydney Southwest, lane 3 Polden, lane 4 3IS, lane 5 Sydney West, lane 6 Riverina, lane 7 North Coast. These are going to be timed finals, so there's 2 heats in the girls and 2 heats in the boys.
Yeah, we've got an interesting situation here now where we've got 5 legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
So where are we going to start this one? We're going to start it at the western end of the pool, I think, and keep all of our officials at the original starting end. And someone's just had a slip over there. I hope they're okay on the far side. And someone's gone to his aid, that's good. Yeah. Okay, 5x50 should be interesting. All age relay. We got the small schools arrangement
yes, we do.
for swimming as well as athletics.
Yeah. I'm just watching to see if that.
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
Yeah, he's been taken off for some. Oh, he's standing up there now. He's gone for a bit of a slide, and I think that's Adam. That's probably Adam Sergeant Wilson over there. He was telling me about his great sporting career earlier in the day, and whether we'd announced that. And anyway, if we have time, Adam. Here we go.
I think it's the northern end.
Is it the northern end? Okay. Yeah. Do swimming pools have a traditional alignment, like cricket pitches do? Because the cricket pitches tend to run north to south, don't they? I wonder about swimming pool. Indoor facility, I can't imagine there'd be any great need to.
No idea.
Maybe someone will ring in.
They could. I don't know who's going to take the call.
Convener, I'm sure the convener will. Yeah. All right, we are away here in the all-age relay, and Sydney West turning over in front.
Teams can select to what order they swim their competitors. So it's quite conceivable we've got an 8 or 9-year-old student up against a 12 or 13-year-old student. Right, that evens out.
This is all the interesting thing about the all-age events, with that luxury of being able to mix and match your swimming order. You know, what can you can have that amazing situation where you've got your youngest swimmer swimming against the oldest swimmer in another team, but everybody's got to do their best, because it'll come down to that, probably that last 50, and hoping your swimmer can hang on.
It looks like Polding coming up in there.
We've got lane 4 there. It is Polding. Yeah, representatives from Polding.
But I'd say she's an older swimmer.
She looks pretty relaxed. We've got lane 6, Riverina, well and truly coming at them. Might be finishing over the top here. Nice stroke. No?
Sydney West again.
Okay.
They've come back.
Sydney West. I must have got my lane wrong there. Sydney West it is. Yeah. And there's a whole lot of different theories associated with where you swim your particular swimmers. You know, do you go out strong and then put your inexperienced or your least experienced or your swimmer in a position where they've got something to really fight for. They're given the lead and asked to hold on to it and really challenge themselves.
She's come up and put them back in the mix.
Yeah, okay. So we have, we got Polding. Yeah, that was a big leg, wasn't it? We're coming down to the finish here. 25 metres to swim. Polding have it at the moment. And possibly their oldest swimmer. They've given the job to their most experienced, I would say.
And they're coming in 2:54.15. 2:54.15, and that was Polding from CIS from Sydney West. In heat 2 of the 5x50 metres all-age relay, we have Western in lane 2, McKillop lane 3, in lane 4 South Coast, lane 5 Sydney East, lane 6 Hunter, lane 7 Sydney North.
This is a great swim, finishing here in lane 1, northwest. Really strong swim, yeah.
The record for this was is held by CIS. It was set in 2003.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah.
May have been the first year we ran it too, and that was 2:43.02. They're on the blocks. They all look to be about the same age, those ones. But we'll see.
You think we're set? Whoops, that's going to require some work from the officials. And there's one of the referees walking over to have a conversation with a young lady in lane 6. And this will depend on the official ruling, won't it? On what actually happened. All right. At the moment, it's just a conversation, and just the referee explaining to both of the girls there may have been a movement there, and they're not holding one competitor particularly responsible for it. So that's nice. Quite a relief for a number of girls there, I'd say, because you know it. Well,
relief in here too.
yeah. Well, it's for a relay team to miss out on a swim at state. That's it's not a very nice thing, is it? Anyway, the girls are going to swim.
All those girls have had a swim already.
Yes, yeah. Nice to swim as a team. Here we go. They will compete now. And they are away. No. All right. So is this our draw? Western? Yep.
Yes.
Quickest one away here. Missed it.
It's Western.
1, 2, 3, and it is, yeah, Western in lane 2. Charlotte Della Bosca doing the work here for Western and doing it very nicely. These are our ages of these swimmers, and we do have the names and ages of the Western girls. So there was a 12 years, 11 years swimmer taking it out, Charlotte Della Bosca for Western. And they have handed over to their youngest swimmer, Scarlett Ova, asking her now to match it with a couple of older swimmers across the pool. Unfortunately, we don't have all the information for all of the young ladies in this event and their names, but we've got a handover here. Lane 5, Sydney East will take the lead. Now the particular school. These are representatives. These are representatives of their region.
Yes, that's right.
They're not particular schools.
It's not a school.
Mm.
It's a regional.
Yeah. And at the CHS level, I don't think that's that the school team goes through at for CHS. Yeah. All right.
Very strong swimming lane.
Yeah, we've got Sydney East in lane 5, still holding out there, and now we've got Sydney North coming at them in lane 7. In fact, may have taken the lead, and McKillop have drawn up, have made good ground on that second leg. And we've got Sydney North maintaining their lead here. Yeah, we've got a finish coming up now. Oh, look, this is a strong, very strong finish. Sydney East managed to find something there. That's a very, very strong leg.
2:50.31. Sydney North and McKillop.
All right, I'm going to I'll hand over to Neil now to take you through the next part of the program.
Thanks, mate. Great calling. We now move to the boys 5x50 metre final. And again, here we've got 2 heats. It's a time final. And in lane 1 of the junior boys first up. In lane 1 Sydney South West, lane 2 South Coast, lane 3 Sydney West, lane 4 North Coast, lane 5 North Coast, lane 6 McKillop, lane 7 Hunter. And the record was set by CIS in 2021 at 2:39.43. We have lane 3, which is Sydney West, first in, and followed closely by North Coast. This will be a good swim. Young Matteo Babito from the North Coast has been swimming very well today. It's probably about his 4th event so far in the morning, and he'll probably line up for a few finals this afternoon. North Coast have maintained that, built the lead from Sydney West, McKillop and Hunter. So the water for North Coast at the moment, we have Cody Kratzman, an 8-year-old competitor, and he's doing quite well. He's keeping his team in front at the moment. The other teams are closing though.
is still taking the lead, and our fourth swimmer for North Coast is in the water, followed by Hunter and McKillop in Sydney West.
So we've got an arrangement here now where we've got boys from, and the girls would have been in the same situation, where they're teaming up with people from other schools to make a regional team. So that's a great thing, isn't it? You know, sort of meeting. I mean, a lot of them may know each other anyway through swim club, etc. But it's just a nice dynamic, a different dynamic.
That's exactly right. And that was the purpose behind introducing it, I think, just to encourage more of that team aspect.
Yep, it's a great idea.
At the moment, I'm not sure where we're standing. I think it may be McKillop in front.
Yeah, I think you're right.
From
McKillop.
Hunter.
Yeah.
And North Coast in the third. So I'll just have a look. 250 at the moment.
We've got a finish coming up here.
McKillop from Hunter.
McKillop, yep.
252.39.
Good.
39. There's some good swims there. Our final heat of the morning session will be, see, Sydney North in lane 1, lane 2 Paulding, lane 3 Riverina, lane 4 Western, lane 5 CIS, lane 6 Sydney East. So at the conclusion of this heat, we'll have a short lunch break, and we will come back for the final sessions this afternoon.
Would I be correct, Neil, in saying that Paulding group of schools, if we look at that on a regional, on a geographic perspective, is it predominantly a northern group of schools in New South Wales?
If you basically draw a line from Sydney through to the South Australian border, heading to the schools north of that.
Yeah, yeah.
And McKillop south of that. It splits Sydney in half, basically.
Yes. Okay. And we're talking regional schools?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right.
Yeah. Metropolitan schools in that grouping, or?
Yes, there are some metropolitan, depending on whereabouts in the on the borderline they sit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's predominantly north of the harbour. Is Paulding, south.
Yeah. This is a good relay.
Yeah, it is a good relay.
And we've got one of the outliers in lane 1 going against the odds here, and
Sydney North.
They are well and truly in the mix. But we're going to have like a lane 5 here, I think. We're looking combined independence,
yes.
changing there. Yep.
Sydney North chasing. Now again, it'll depend on how they've positioned their swimmers, the strength of their swimmers.
Well, they pulled out here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, haven't got that.
Oh,
yes.
ages,
Chris Song, this may be.
All right, and what's his age? Do we have his age beside him?
He's 10.
All right. He's not junior in the team. He's put in a nice lead.
And Lewis Jewell, I think, has now entered the water for Sydney East, CIS.
Gee, he's got a nice high action, hasn't he? He gets his head like that. It's almost like sometimes you get people, I think, that swimmers that are involved in, been involved in surf club and swimming in those more turbulent conditions, and they have a higher action, a higher head action to sort of keep them out of trouble in those conditions, and you see it's really evident in an Olympic pool. He's had a great swim.
And the last one's in. Sydney North following, Sydney East. So they're all out chasing.
I think they're in good hands here.
Harrison Air.
We're talking Sydney East here. CIS.
And they're going
nice
241.
Yeah.
241.
They are fastest qualifiers.
Well, they are provisionally the gold medal winners because it was a time final.
That's a time final.
Yep.
Right.
Sydney North come in 247.06.
They are. all things being good with the changes and the officials.
Oh, yep. And that brings to a close the morning session of the 2023 New South Wales Primary School Swimming Championships. We'll be back in approximately 30 to 35 minutes. Hopefully you'll come back and join us because we've got an exciting afternoon ahead of us. Thank you and enjoy your lunch breaks.
Oh, I should go and get lunch, guys.
welcome back. We're about to start the afternoon session of the New South Wales 2023 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Swimming Championships. We've had a very good morning with some fine swimming being completed by all of our students. And we're back. No, we're just having a few technical hitches at the moment. There we go. And we're going to be swimming, just amended the order of events today for those people who are watching. We're going to go to the event 40, which is the boys 8x10, 200 metres freestyle relay. And in the, I'll read through the entrance. In lane 1 will be, in lane 0 will be Our Lady of Fatima Caringbah. Lane 1 will be Forbes. Lane 2, St Augustine's Coffs Harbour. Lane 3, Trinity Grammar. Lane 4, Shaw. Lane 5, the Scots College. Lane 6, Wallsend South. Lane 7, Cronulla. Lane 8, Valentine. Lane 9, St Finbarr's Byron Bay. The record for this was set by Knox Prep in 2019 and it stands at 2:13.63. Looking at our fastest qualifier, I believe, was at 2:18.18. And that will be in lane 4, Shaw.
So what we do, the stream deck has the 4 buttons we need. So when the light goes off,
and we're away.
Preset 2. We follow them until
some good reaction times there.
And then we pick them up.
Some Finbarr's Byron Bay got away to 0.68, so it's a good reaction, Grant.
When we get down the other end, you move over to preset 1, get ready. Then you watch them coming into here, and when they get to about here, you hit preset 1 and hit camera 3.
At present, we have lane 4, which I believe is Shaw.
So we need to get ready, back to preset 2.
4.
Back out again.
Lanes 2 and 5, 6, was it? 2 and 6.
2, 5, 1.
Okay, 2, 5 and 1. It's still very close. I still think Blue Shores. Oh no, maybe not. Lane 3 is Trinity Grammar has moved up. As I go to the turn, a split of 1:11. It's Trinity Grammar still in front from Scots College and Shaw. Oh, they are swapped again.
So the swimmer from Shaw is starting to come up on the Trinity swimmer.
Yeah, it's a good swim.
And the swimmer from Scots College is also very, very close. Obviously, will medal at the moment. So it's racing through, basically.
And our first swimmer from Shaw is in the water, I think. Lane 4.
Estelle, Shaw swimmer in first. Trinity Grammar in second.
And the Scots College in third. I don't think they'll break the record, seeing that sits at 2:13, but it's still a very, very good, strong swim. And 2:18.95, congratulations to the swimmers from Shaw, who are followed by Trinity Grammar and then the Scots Public Primary School. Our next event will be event 39, which will be the girls 8 to 10-year-old 4x50 freestyle final. In lane 0, we have Gordon West, Sydney North. In lane 1, Boggangarth, North Coast. In lane 2, Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah. Lane 3, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 4, Meriden, CIS. Lane 5, Epping West. Lane 6, Santa Sabina, Strathfield. In lane 7, Kambala. In lane 8, Merriweather Heights. And in lane 9, Linfield East. So hopefully all those students out there who are watching their classmates swim will get behind them and cheer them home. The record here is 2:17:35 and was set in 2017. And obviously we're just being held up at the start and now in the starter's hands. And they're away. The swimmer in lane 4. Lane 4 is Meriden, CIS. Just ahead of Epping West, Sydney North. So as we move up the pool, there's still Meriden with a body length lead over Sydney North. And she's doing a very good job. She's now increased her lead to, I'd say, 2 body lengths. And the third swimmer is about to enter the pool. Sydney North will hold second place. Kingscliff in third, I think it is. Lane 3, yeah. Another strong swim, I'd say. Meriden might take this one out unless something remarkable happens. I think Kingscliff has moved into second place. A lot of excitement on the side of the pool from the previous swimmers. And Meriden have hit the water first, followed by Kingscliff, Epping West. It's going to be a race for second, I think. It's going to be a closely fought battle. The swimmer from Kingscliff is holding her own and in second place. Meriden's going to come in a time of 2:24:53. Oh, it's going to be very close for second. Kingscliff second, Epping West third. So that was a great finish for second and third. Well done to those girls. So that was the final of the girls 8 to 10 freestyle 4x50 relay. We're now moving into the time finals of the girls multi-class freestyle, 11 to 13, 50 metres freestyle. These again are time finals, and I remind all viewers that what will occur, that these girls will swim against the time. Their times will be compared, or their classification and times will be compared to the world record for that classification. In lane 2 we have Mackenzie Miller from St Mary's Orange. In lane 3, Makita Starkey from Gosford East. Lane 4, Dakota Douse from Dapto. Lane 5, Leslie McGovern from Young North. Lane 6, Sarah Houston from Wilson Park. Lane 7, Macy Wilson, Gunning. The record here here stands at 34.64, and it was set by Jasmine Greenwood from Sussex Inlet. We're just waiting for the starters and the students to get in position. The swimmers are taking to their starting positions. Some may choose to use the blocks, some may choose an in-water start, and some may choose to stand beside the blocks. We have one in-water start. Another in-water start. So we're in the starter's hands. And off they go. 11-13s, 50 metres, multi-class, girls freestyle.
So Neil, the swimmer in lane 4, Dakota Dowse, has got a slight lead over the swimmer in lane 5, Lexi McGovern. Remembering though that the results are based on classification, time swum and comparison to the world record. So we'll await those results once the computer has generated the final result.
That was the first heat of 2.
So our 4th swimmer has just finished, as has our 5th. So well done to those ladies. They've done very well. That's quite a distance at 50 metres freestyle for the multi-class.
Our second heat will feature in lane 0, Holly Mildwater from St Luke's CIS, Alina Buser from Chisholm Blythe Park, Sora Wrong from Putney in Sydney North. In lane 3, Chloe Hunter, Panania, Sydney Southwest. In lane 4, Mia Hogan, St Patrick's Albury. In lane 5, Bridget Mulcahy, Warrior South. Lane 6, Aliha Curry, Lakes Grammar. Lane 7, Alexi Brown, Nambucca Heads. Lane 8, Margaret Jordan, Kensington. And lane 9, Emily Evans, the Emmanuel CIS. Good start from all swimmers. And the lane 4 is Mia Hogan, I believe, from St Patrick's Albury, and she's ahead of
Bridget Mulcahy.
Bridget Mulcahy
from Woy South.
And in 3rd place, it looks like Chloe Hunter from Panania Public School. The time of 35.73. 35.73. So well done to all those girls, and those times will go away and be calculated, and the medalists will be announced shortly. Our next event, we're going to the boys 11 to 13 50 metres freestyle multi-class. Again, this is time finals, and we have 3 heats in this event. In the first heat, we have Ace Bell from Meander on the north coast, lane 3 Noah Ayres from Northern Beaches, lane 4 John Michael Luro from Kirrawee, lane 5 Toby Morgan Parks East, lane 6 Robin Pass from Lawson Public School, and lane 7 Fletcher Ball, Normanhurst. And again, we're waiting for the swimmers to get ready on the blocks. The record in this event is 34.63. It was held by Morgan Jean from Port Macquarie. It was set in 2015. Again, we have some swimmers in the water, some on the blocks. And it looks like we might be down a couple here, Grant, I think. We've got 4 swimmers currently in lane 0.
Okay, we have lane 0.
Which is no idea.
No, this is a bit of...
We'll just have to see what happens. I think at the moment we've got Ace Bell from Yamba at the front. And we have a swimmer from CIS in lane 0. Lane 0 is Noah Ayres from Northern Beaches. Okay, so they moved him, separated them out across the pool. But this looks like Ace Bell coming in to finish this first heat of the time finals for the boys 8 to 10 years, 50 metres freestyle multi-class. So well done Ace in 47.13. Second to finish will be our Sydney East swimmer, and I think that's John Michael Luro. We'll just wait for yes, I got that one right. And we have
John Michael Luro, Neil, is from Kirrawee Public School.
That's correct. And in third place we had Noah Ayres. Noah is from Northern Beaches College. And last to touch with a great swim was Toby Morgan. Toby Morgan's from Parks East. Well done, Toby. And to the other 3 competitors. Heat 2 will see Jax Taylor from Spring Hill, Western in lane 0. In lane 1, Leo Payne from Engadine, Sydney East. Lane 2, Xavier Wilson, Shell Cove. Lane 3, Noah Hannell, Shoalhaven Heads. Lane 4, Braxton Belchers and Catherine Singleton. Lane 5, Hunter Lentil from Penshurst East. Penshurst, sorry. Lane 6, Caleb Hislop, St Aloysius, Chisholm. Lane 7, Eddie Clare, Holy Cross, Hellingsburg. Lane 8, Nate Foley, Mater Day, Camden. And lane 9, Saxon Hawkins. The starter's hands. Oh. And we're ready to go. And we're off. That was a good start across the pool.
It's also good to see, Neil, we have a full complement in this race, which is absolutely fantastic.
Well, we've got 25 competitors, 26 competitors in this event, which is fantastic.
So our swimmer in lane 5, Hunter Lentil
From Penhurst, yes.
currently leads the field out, remembering that the winner is determined by a calculation of the disability, the time, and the comparison to the world records.
Well done, Lentil. Hunter, sorry. In 44.69. Our final heat in the time final for the boys 11 to 13 50 metres freestyle multi-class will feature James Morley in lane 0, and he's from Lakes Grammar. In lane 1, Mitchell Fry Walker from Chittaway Bay in Sydney North. Lane 2, Diesel Thompson from Minchinbury Public. Lane 3, Michael Williams, John Purchase. Lane 4, James Tarr, St Luke's Marsden Park. Lane 5, Joseph Navicki from Palmer Island, North Coast. Lane 6, Brody Beckett, Tuggerong, Sydney North. Lane 7, Saxon Hayes, St Paul's, Rutherford. Lane 8, Edward McPherson, Henty, Riverina. And lane 9, Caleb Nichols, Fairy Meadow, on the south coast. This is the final heat. I've got to reset the stopwatch on this one, Mr. Grant.
There might be a slight technical
hitch.
Yeah.
Resetting it.
Ah, now it's reset. And they're off. That's a good start.
What is that kind
Good boy in lane.
A good reaction time from Mitchell Fry Walker, 0.77 seconds.
Pretty quick.
Excellent reaction time.
Joseph Navicki in lane 5 from Palmer's Island. He was leading, although James Tarr from St Luke's Marsden Park has come up and drawn next level with him, although I think he's just going to get it, Mr Navicki. He did. Oh, no. James Tarr over Joseph Navicki and Edward McPherson in a time of 36.84. That was a fairly quick spin. Right. Oh. You now have the goal. What's this one? Yep. Girls 10 year and under 50 metres final, multi-class freestyle. In lane 0, Edie Ross from Valentine. Lane 1, Coda Baines, Loftus. Lane 2, Matilda Barling, Narromine. Lane 3, Lacey Johnson, the Rana Heights. Lane 4, Sienna Compton, St Aloysius Chisholm. Lane 5, Kaya Earn, Blue Mountains Grammar. Lane 6, Daisy Falcon of Newcastle. And lane 7, Emily McGreal, Orange. Again, time finals. This is the only heat of this event. And the record was set by Stephanie Bruzzese from Ashfield in 2017 with a time of 39.75. And her points were 328 points. That's a great start from the girl in lane 4, which is Sienna Compton, St Aloysius Chisholm. Kaya Earn from Blue Mountain Grammar, and Lacey Johnson in third from Arana Heights Public School. That's a very strong swim. And 37.19. We'll just wait for confirmation of that, and that was to Sienna Compton, ahead of Kaya Earn and Lacey Johnson. We'll now move straight to the boys 10 years and under 50 metres freestyle multi-class, where we have two heats of the time final. And these girls coming in to finish off their swim. Very well done. Congratulations to all those ladies for their good work. We now have in lane 2, Ruben Oxenberg, Orange. Cooper Ellis from Wingham Brush. Samuel Rugendijk from Woy Woy. Lachlan Reed from Our Lady of the Rosary, Waitara. Braxton King from the Australian College from Marsden Park. And we're in the start. I think we're down one swimmer here. Might be lane
Could
6.
Be, could be Braxton King.
Yeah.
I think we don't have a swimmer in lane 6, but we have the other 4 swimmers.
Yeah.
With Ruben in lane 2, Cooper in lane 3, Samuel in lane 4, and Lachlan in lane 5.
At the moment, Samuel in lane 4, I think, is going to be first to touch. But again, it will be based on the times from both this heat and the next heat, and how they have compared to their world record time for their classification to decide the medalists. So well done to those 4 boys. And the second heat, which will commence shortly, we'll see Wayne Hudson Wan swimming from Our Lady Mount Carmel, Mount Pritchard. Lane 2, Christian Wilson and Charles Waverley. Lane 3, Harrison Shepherd Foster. Lane 5, Max DeRusi Summerland Catholic College. Lane 5, Reed Cogran Evans River North Coast. Lane 6, Riley Johnson Arana Heights Public School. Lane 7, Peter Bruham from Burrawa. Lane 8, Noah Blackmore from Christopher's Holsworthy. And lane 9, Lincoln Round, Marion Public. They're just waiting for the swimmers to get out the pool at the other end before they ask the swimmers to take the blocks or in water. Two boys in one lane there.
No, there's
He wants to go in the water.
So now for some of these swimmers, it's their first time competing at this level. So it becomes an educational experience besides a championship experience. So the boys are learning
exactly right
about the different types of starts.
Of course, the different classifications or the different disabilities sometimes demand a different start grant with some of the competitors. But that young boy in lane 4 is going extremely well. That's Max Drucy. Showed a clean pair of heels. And a good powerful stroke. And he's finished in 38.59. That's a good swim all across the pool there from all of them. Well done, boys. Did I call that the wrong swimmer? Yeah. Max Drucy from Summerland has done extremely well. We now move into the finals of the 100 metres girls freestyle. The record for this is 1:00.19. In lane 0, Zoe Marsh from Ranuna. Lane 1, Indiana Siders from St Monica's Richmond. Lane 2, Karen Preston, St Andrews, CIS. Lane 3, Lexi Mulcahy, Abbotsford, CIS. Lane 4, Quinn Nayland, St Catharines, Singleton. Lane 5, Alexis Witten, St Xavier's, Gunnedah. Lane 6, London Campbell, St Joseph's, Bulli. Lane 7, Mackenzie Gartner, Our Lady of Rosemary, Waitara. Lane 8, Nolene Ponto, Abbotsford, Sydney East. And lane 9, Georgia Wheeler, Young North. The record was established by Casey Pilgrim back in 2005. So this is one of the longest standing records we have at in the swimming championships. And her time of 1:00.19 has stood since then.
Casey Pilgrim now went on to become a very good secondary school swimmer as well.
She did.
An excellent competitor.
Well, they represented New South Wales at a couple of Pacific School Games in her time. These are the very best here today in the girls 100 metres. So this will be a very close and strong race. Our fastest qualifier was 1:04.03, but there'll be more pressure here. And they're off to a good start. Sorry. All right. And it's a straight line straight across. Lane 5. Looks like she might be edging ahead Alexis Witten from St Xavier's, Gunnedah. She's got half a body length as she goes into the turn. So the challenges are now coming. We've got lane 4 making some inroads.
Swimming lane 4, Neil is certainly finishing off and
going very well.
That swimmer is Quinn Nayland from
St Catharines.
St Catharines.
But the touch is going to be. But Quinn Nayland at the moment is 1:03.21 from Alexis Witten in 1:03.27. So there was only 6 100ths
I was second between those two swimmers. Congratulations to all those swimmers. What a great race. And that's going to be the standard of the racing this afternoon, viewers, because we're into the finals. And the next one, final or feature, is the boys open 100 metres all age. Record held by Justin Lee, set in 2013 of 1:00:34. Out of lane 0, Ashton Bone, Our Lady of the Rosary, the entrance. Lane 1, Sebastian Calhoun from Bel Air Hunter. Lane 2, Lester Lowe from St Pius Enmore. Lane 3, Harrison Eyre, Sydney Grammar St Ives. Lane 4, Carter McGee, Shaw. Lane 5, David Kang, Enfield. Lane 6, Henry McCarthy, St Aloysius, CIS. Lane 7, Ian Jung, Epping West, Sydney North. Lane 8, Samuel Teese, North Rocks. Lane 9, Liam Blair, Warners Bay. And our fastest qualifying time was 1:02:43, and that was Carter McGee. All right. And as we go into the turn, I think it's Carter McGee, yes, in 29:06. David Kang, 29:43. Harrison Eyre, 30.16. So it's going to be down to the last 25 metres, I'd say. It's a strong swim from the boy in lane 5, and then lane 4. And Carter McGee is fighting back. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the 1/100th of a second missed the record. What a great sim from Carter McGee and David Kang, who pushed him all the way to the end there. Congratulations to those swimmers. What a great effort. What a great effort. I'm going to hand you after that excitement over to Mr. Grant Parker, who will take you through the next series of finals.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Joined by Matt again from this morning. We will now move on to the finals of the girls' 8 years 50 metres freestyle. We'll go through the start sheet as tabled. So we have Alina Buzash from Lane Cove in lane 1 and lane 0. Lane 1 is Jemina McGee from Queenwood. Lane 2, Lucy Shuseski from Castle Hill. Lane 3, Ava Schiffer from St Clair's Narellan Vale. Lane 4, Isabel Smith from St James, Katara South. Lane 5, Neve Borg from Caves Beach. Lane 6, Grace Skian from Valentine. Lane 7, Elizabeth Chen from Moara. Lane 8, Alia Milford from St Lawrence's, Coonabarabran. And lane 9, Maya Everett from Gerringong. The fastest qualifier was Isabel Smith in a time of 38.44, and the record for this event held by Emerson Hu is 33.46, and that was established in 2022.
Had some great swimming this afternoon, Grant, in the finals so far, and hopefully we've got some good viewing coming up with the rest of these finals this afternoon.
So we're just awaiting the swimmers to take their box. While we're waiting, I'd just like to thank everyone for watching the live stream. In previous years it's been very, very successful, and it has been extended to track and field and cross country, and there are also some identified state championships that are being live streamed as well. And if you go to the School Sport Unit website, you'll be able to see what those particular events are. And just while we do have a break, once again we'd like to thank all the teachers, principals and staff and parents that have attended the championships today to make them so successful, particularly those teachers, parents, supporters and competitors that have made the trip the far distances of the state. Also like to thank the Swimming New South Wales officials who once again volunteer at this carnival and make it so successful. So thank you all to those that have been involved in the organisation of the championships.
There's a lot of support, both bringing, getting kids to the championships, also back in schools where you've got staff that are covering, and also principals, etc., that have been kind enough to release staff to attend championships. So there's a massive support that.
We just might wait for the vision to come up of the competitors being called onto their blocks. There is an on-deck announcer who calls them up, and we'll try and follow that on-deck announcer.
In the 100 metres girls freestyle. Second place, Alexis Brighton from St Saviour's Gunnedah, representing Paulding.
Yeah, the only problem we might have is they're doing the presentations in between. I think that's what happened before when we did the on-deck.
So we talk over them?
Yeah, well, they can't hear that on the, because I'll just call them as they come up. Yeah, that'd be the easiest thing. Then we've got them on there. So it. Oh God, I was talking then. Do you want to start this? Yeah, I've got to start this. Yeah. So we're just awaiting, ladies and gentlemen, there is an on-deck announcer, and we will follow that on-deck announcer and call the swimmers up as they do it on the pool deck. So in lane 1, we have Targ Johns of Richmond Public School. In lane, sorry, that was lane 0. In lane 1, Knox Ellis from Casino. Lane 2, Kyron Van Dam from Charleston. In lane 3, Daniel Chin from Trinity Grammar. Lane 4, Chris Song from North Cross. Lane 5, Ollie McGee from Shaw. Lane 6, Finn Carroll Sink from St Anthony's Kingscliff. Lane 7, Jack Ford from St Charles Waverley. Lane 8, Tex Air from Charleston East. And Lane 9, Lawson Marr from Cronulla. So they're off and running, and good reaction times there. The fastest was Chris Song with the time of reaction time of 0.59. Excellent work. And the swimmer in lane 4 is, looks like this. Chris Song is leading them out at the moment. It's still pretty tight for the other places, Matt.
He's established 3/4 of a body length there. He'll go into the wall with that and should unofficially take it out.
Yeah, so Chris Song in a time of 30.85. Second place, Ollie McGee. in a time of 31.50, and third place Daniel Jin in a time of 31.85. So well done to those boys.
To get that sort of gap, that sort of 3/4 of a body length in this sort of short sprinting event is a significant difference, and obviously a lot of power involved there and speed to establish that over 50 metres. A great swim by that young man.
Right, Matt, we'll move on to the final of the girls 11-year-old 50 metres freestyle. And the swimmers are being called up to the box as we speak. It's not on your screen, but it will be very shortly. Up they came. Okay, so in lane 0 we have Irene Lee from Parkley Public School. Lane 1, Molly Young from Newport. Lane 2, Molly Ramian from St Xavier's Gunnedah. Lane 3, Kiara Nixon from Corrimal East. Lane 4, Amaya Hill from Penrith. Lane 5, Coco Becker from St Augustine's Coffs Harbour. Lane 6, Lucy Matthews from Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 7, Jamie Hugo from Holsworthy. Lane 8, Ella Clayton from St Teresa's Mascot. And in lane 9, Emily Skian from Valentine.
Pool temperature today, Grant. I was chatting to one of the officials from the pool centre, and they said approximately 27 degrees. So that's nice and comfy to be diving into.
Right, the swimmers are on the box in the starters' hands, and they're off and running. And a very good reaction time there from Amaya Hill with 0.55 seconds. And Amaya is in lane 4, so we'll keep our eyes on her. And at the moment, as they go through the 25 metre mark, Amaya's established not a clear lead, but certainly a lead that could win her this race. And coming into the finishing line or finishing blocks, it's Amaya Hill in a time of 29.31 from Kiara Nixon in a time of 29.98. And in third place, Coco Becker in a time of 30.31. And that was a little bit outside the record, but well swum, ladies. So we now move on to the boys' 50 metres freestyle final. And in lane 0, Liam Blair from Warners Bay. Lane 1, Callan Atherton from Umina. Lane 2, Zach Brown from Our Lady of Fatima. Lane 3, Eli Gardner from Edgeworth Heights. Lane 4, Lewis Jewell from the Scots College. Lane 5, Bradley Honour from Galston. Lane 6, Thomas McCormack from St Mary's Casino. Lane 7, Joel Pagano from Turramurra. Lane 8, Christian McBrien from William Clark. And Lane 9, Josh Spinks from Xavier's Gunnedah.
Well, if kids are watching in classrooms with their teachers, should be able to see a student from your school lining up here if you have a representative. And that's a really nice thing. If you're watching this afternoon, we hope you are enjoying the coverage. Situation where if a student from your school went to the state championships or regional championships, you'd sort of wish them luck the day before, and then you'd have to wait for the result in the afternoon or talk to them the next day when you saw them. But to be able to watch them compete it's not a luxury, I suppose. But it's a very nice thing to be able to experience in the classrooms. I guess the kids are giving their teachers 3 cheers if you're letting them watch today. Only a couple of days to go before we go to some holidays.
And the,
Looking forward to that.
and the feedback from previous years, Matt, has been we've had people watching from as far away as Hong Kong, Los Angeles, and London. So it's great to be able to get on and see in real time, seeing what's happening at the championships. So the boys are now on the blocks, ready for the start. And it's a good start by all boys. Best time there is Callan Atherton, 0.49. So well done, Callan in lane 1. So we're going for the 25 metre mark, and similar in lane 4, Lewis Jewell from the Scots College. Looks to have opened up. Not a big lead, but yeah, it's going to be tight. But Lewis might. Yes, Lewis gets her in 29.09, followed by Eli Gardner in 29.17, and Thomas McCormack in 29.7. How close was that to the record, Matt?
28.22, so
about 0.8 or 0.9 out. Yeah, a good swim. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the girls' 12 years freestyle. And the start list for that will be in lane 0, Indiana Siders from St. Monica's, Richmond. Lane 1, Karen Preston from St. Andrews. Lane 2, London Campbell from St. Joseph's, Bulli. Lane 3, Quinn Neeland from St. Catherine's, Singleton. Lane 4, Charlotte Lim from PLC, Sydney. Lane 5, Alexis Witten from St. Xavier's, Gunnedah. Lane 6, Lexi Mulcahy from Abbotsleigh. Lane 7, Mackenzie Gartner from Our Lady Rosemary at Waitara. Lane 8, Georgia Wheeler from Young North. And Lane 9, Nolene Ponto from Abbotsford Public School, which is another one of our local schools. So the swimmers just awaiting the whistle from the referee so they can start their swim. Who's the fastest qualifier there, Matt?
Charlotte Lim, Grant, 28.83. The record's 27.84. And you know, the competitors tend to live for a final, so you never know. It's you know, to gain a second there, but sometimes the final brings out the best. We'll see how they go. Yeah, we've got Charlotte Lim. She's from PLC Sydney. As the fastest qualifier, and she will be going out of lane 4.
Right, the swimmers are on their blocks in the starter's hands, and they're off. So good reaction time there, Matt, from Georgia Wheeler, 0.47. Well done.
Girls in outside lanes getting away really well. Good reaction. It is the middle of the pool though. That's where
the action is.
That's what looks like where it may be won.
Yeah, so Quinn Nyland, Charlotte Lim, has won in 28.35 from Alexis Witten in 28.90, and Quinn Nyland in third place in 29.46. So,
there it is, half a second off the time of the final from that qualifier.
Yeah. So that was good. They chased the record down, didn't quite make it, but certainly had a very good shot at it. Okay, moving on to the final of the boys' 50 metres freestyle. We have in lane 0, Aaron Wang from Linfield. In lane 1, Harrison Stevens from St John's Dubbo. In lane 2, Alesta Lowe from St Pius Enmore. Lane 3, David King from Enfield, another local school. Lane 4, Carter McGee from Shaw. Lane 5, Harrison Eyre from Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Lane 6, Ian Jung from Epping West. Lane 7, Samuel Tiest from North Rocks. Lane 8, Kobe Carfield from St Joseph's Bulli. And Lane 9, Ashton Bone from Our Lady of the Rosary, the entrance.
Looking like Harrison Eyre is our fastest qualifier, going in lane 5. No, it won't be. It will be Carter McGee from Shaw, 28.09. And the record is 27.61. He's half a second off the record. This might be interesting in terms of a challenge on the record. The record's certainly not everything, but it's just an interesting comparison every now and then, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's going to be our fastest qualifier, so he looks like the man to chase. The next fastest half a second on him, 28.62 with Harrison Eyre from Sydney Grammar, St Ives. They're ready.
Right, good start by all swimmers. Best reaction time, Carter McGee in lane 4. So well done, Carter. And at the moment, lane 4 and lane 5 are challenging each other. In lane 5, we have Harrison Eyre from Sydney Grammar. So close race between those two swimmers. But as we come into the box, it will be Carter McGee in a time of 27.80 from Harrison Eyre in 28.45 and David King in 28.78. So he gave that record a great shot. He's 0.019 out. So well done to Carter and well done to the other boys in those top 3 places. So we'll move on now to the girls' 13 years 50 metres freestyle final. And our start list is Andy Grace Fox from Raglan in lane 0. In lane 1 is Paige Tomacho from Nangamay Public School. Lane 2, Dana Fredericks from Greta. Lane 3, Sarah Carter from Deniliquin South. Lane 4, Elizabeth Carroll from St Mary's Toukley. Lane 5, Maeve Dwyer from St Patrick's Albury. Lane 6, Kosha Morris from Barona Central School. Lane 7, Katia Mervyn from Sherwood Ridge. Lane 8, Alyssa Walford from Collarenabri. And Lane 9, Sarah Churchill from Inverell. So a good representation from the country there. And this is the final of the girls, 13 years, 50 metres freestyle. And Raglan Public School in Western Region, yep.
Good luck to them. Might enjoy a bit of Easter show when it's over.
Okay, we're on the starters' hands, ladies and gentlemen, awaiting the hooter, as they do it now, rather than a gun. And they're off and swimming. Best reaction time there, I think, Matt, is Elizabeth Carroll. Lane 4, a time of 0.56. I think Elizabeth, as we head into the final 10 metres, has got a nice little lead there, but she's certainly been challenged by lane 5, Maeve Dwyer. So we'll watch it as they go in. Yeah, so that will be a win to Elizabeth Carroll in a time of 33.95. In second place, Maeve Dwyer in a time of 34.41. And in third place, Sarah Carter in a time of 34.80. So well done to those ladies.
All right, Grant, good call. And we're going to head into the boys, 13 years, 53. I'll have to be quick here, although I've got a little bit of a buffer because they're going to introduce them to the crowd. So I'll let's let my heart rate drop again now and go back to some announcing of who we've got in this 50-metre final. Aidan Barlow, Yamina, Reece Sheraton, Orimba, Harry Robinson, St Mary's, Young, Ashton Ambrose, Macaulay Central, Tumut, Alex Baker, Wheeler Heights, Lucas Kelly, St Matthews, Mudgee, Kai Birch, Our Lady of the Stars, Star of the Sea, Terrigal, Tanner Ramsey, Kendall, Sam Wood, New Lambton, and Lachlan Hilkemeyer, Tacking Point. They are away.
Good reaction time there, Matt, from Ashton Ambrose.
Ashton Ambrose has got away well, and he's going out of lane 3. But we have lane 4, Alex Baker, stamping some authority on this straightaway. He's got a body length with 20 metres to swim. He's really had a good first half here.
And the record for this event is 27.72, but I'll let you call the finish.
Yeah, well, it is Alex Baker, who basically took it right from the start, and it was one of those, you hang on if you can, catch me if you can. It was a really good swim. Alex Baker, Lucas Kelly, and Ashton Ambrose, top 3 place getters there. All right, we're going to move into the girls, 8 to 10, 50 metres, breaststroke. So freestyle section of the finals is complete, and we're going to go here with 50 metres breaststroke, girls 8 to 10 years. It's a final. In lane 0, Ava Donnelly, Our Lady of Fatima, Carringbar. In lane 1, Willowbang West, Epping West, Dora Kai, MLC, Combined Independent Schools. Emerson, who will go out of lane 3 from St Bernard's, Botany. Clara Kim, Eastwood, is in lane 4. Lane 5, Catherine Hill, St Catherine's. Eileen Lee will go in lane 6 from Carlingford West. Sophie Petrie will go in lane 7 from Hazelbrook Public. Lena Cho is in lane 8 from Gordon West, and Evie Lloyd-Jones from Santa Sabina Strathfield will swim in lane 9 in the final of the 8 to 10 years girls 50 metres breaststroke. Nice collection of swimmers and schools here. Hazelbrook, talking just near the Blue Mountains there somewhere, I think.
That's right.
Hazelbrook,
yes,
yep.
Come down from the mountains today to have a swim.
Yep. And we've got some girls here from not too far away, Strathfield, Gordon, Epping, some that are close by.
And just a shout out to the students at Santa Sabina, which is one of our very, very local close schools.
Okay.
So well done to Evie Lloyd-Jones.
She is.
Representing Santa Sabina.
She's the Santa Sabina girl, yeah. Wonder if the kids are all having a bit of a cheer in the classroom there at the moment. Hope so. Hope they're getting to watch it. All right. Record for this event set in 2002. It is a long-standing record. Caton Simpson, all the way from Lennox Head on the north coast. And she swam a time of 39.28. I tell you what, she'd be pretty happy to know that that record still stands. And most likely moved on with her life and doing a whole range of things now. Caton Simpson, Lennox Head. Here we go. The girls are about to be introduced to the crowd. Breaststroke, pretty technical event, and a whole range of swimming rules around it. I was chatting to one or two of the officials earlier, Grant, and they were talking about the intricacy of some of the rules. Where they said a couple of them lately, there's been a relaxing of the rules. So, you know, I don't know. It's I guess what happens in sport. Play around with them to make it. Obviously, occasionally some rule doesn't suit very well or makes the sport more difficult, and sometimes the rules are changed to sort of even up the competition. But Anyway.
I think at this age too, mate, it's an educational experience. We're trying to encourage kids to swim rather than discourage them to swim.
Yeah.
And by showing a little bit of flexibility, often doesn't detract kids from trying that little bit harder.
That's right.
Great
That's
to
right.
see.
Yeah.
Great to see the girls here in the final, and all the other girls and boys, by the way, that have competed this morning, but haven't been able to make the final. And hopefully those kids have sung their PBs, or have come down and sung here for the first time and enjoyed the experience.
Yeah, yeah, great venue. And I guess this is the tip of the iceberg. We've also got many kids that would have swum against these girls and other boys and girls at their swimming carnivals for starters, zone, region. You know, that's where it all begins, isn't it? You know, when you think back to your school swimming carnival, you probably had a lot of these guys, you could see them swim while you were, you know, also participating in a novelty event or two at the same time. I think a lot of these really competitive guys like to have a bit of a go in those fun things as well. Here we go.
For those of you that aren't familiar with the school swimming or the school sport process, it all starts at the school level, then it goes through to the zone level, then the regional level, and finally the state level, and after that you might be selected for the Australian Championships.
We're away here, Grant, in the final of the 8 to 10 years girls 50 metres breaststroke, and you'll see some good examples of this stroke now.
And Willow Bang was the fastest off the blocks there, and the reaction time was 0.51, so well done to Willow, and
she's going out of lane 1. We've got Clara Kim Eastwood going here, and she's doing it very nicely in lane 4. Clara Kim from Eastwood. Looks like she's going to come down to the wall and set a nice time. 40.32. Clara Kim, Catherine Hill, Emerson Hu. Our first 3 finishes there in girls breaststroke. Next event coming up will be the boys 8 to 10 years 50 metres breaststroke final. All right, here's our lineup now for this final. Lewis, Surska, Castle Hill, Sydney West region. Anthony Zhang, Our Lady of Fatima, Kingsgrove. Aiden will go in lane 1. Aidan Boga Beecroft is going in lane 2. In lane 3 will be Ned Simmons. Lindisfarne from the Combined Independent Schools group. Lane 4, Ollie McGee, Shaw. Lane 5, Leo Kim, Excelsior, Sydney West. Chris Song will go in lane 6. He's from North Cross. In lane 7, Lachlan Lee from Chatswood, Sydney North. Isaac McAllen, representing Narandra from the Riverina region, will swim in lane 8. And Finn Carroll Sink from St Anthony's Kingscliff will swim in lane 9. It's a complete lineup, and the boys are about to be introduced to the crowd.
And again, Matt, we have representation across the state with Kingscliff and Lindisfarne from the north coast and Narandra in the south. So terrific representation there. Plus we have a couple of Sydney schools. So that's
absolutely
terrific to see.
Yep. Excelsior, Sydney West. I'm just trying to put my thoughts together as to where exactly Excelsior School is. There is an Excelsior Street in the Burwood area. I don't know if that, but there would be a Burwood Public School. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, the kids from Excelsior will be having a bit of a cheer now because they've got their boy Leo Kim about to swim in the final. little hold up. Obviously, there's I'd say the pace is more frantic for the 50-metre events, but they're over quite quickly. And then there's obviously a lot of calculations and finalising of things to be done. All of it, a lot of it electronic now, but who knows? The boys are up. Full line-up here. 9 swimmers. Should be great to watch. The record set not that long ago, 2022. Sunny Quito from Forestville, 39.72. Here we go. And they're off. They are in. Fast reaction. Yeah, Leo Kim, lane 5. And it is lane 4 by the looks. Ollie McGee seems to be doing slightly the better and would be fastest. He is not our fastest qualifier. He is our fastest qualifier comfortably in a time of 42.23, and Ollie is representing Shaw, and he's putting his stamp on this race right now with a body length and a half as he comes down to the wall. And it is Ollie McGee from Shaw. Unofficial result, Ned Simmons and Leo Kim. Ned from Lindisfarne and Leo from Excelsior. Ollie McGee, Ned Simmons, Leo Kim. All right, we're going to lead into a final for the 11 years girls, 50 metres breaststroke. Good scattering of locations from where these swimmers come from. We have a representative from Gunnedah here. We have also representatives from Coffs Harbour, and then throughout Sydney and the borders of Sydney. So here's our lineup of swimmers for the 11 years girls, 50 metres breaststroke. We can see swimmers making their way from the marshalling area along the far side of the pool. They'll be waiting to swim in a little while, but our 11 years girls should be standing behind their blocks and will be about to be introduced to the crowd. The record for this, 2012. It's a 10-year record. Mariah Mashovis, All Saints School, and it was set in 2012, as I told you, in a time of 36.70. Our fastest qualifier is Ivy Smith. She will go in lane 4, representing St Gregory's from Gregory's Hills. The fastest qualifier, 38.75. Here we have the swimmers. Amaya Hill in lane 0, Penrith. In lane 1, Annabelle Hunt, Kambala. In lane 3, Coco Becker, St Augustine's, Coffs Harbour. Lane 4, lane 3, Mia Hu, St Bernard's, Botany. Ivy Smith will swim in lane 4, St Gregory's, Gregory Hills. And as we said, fastest qualifier. Hannah Horry, lane 5, Neutral Bay. Chloe Joe, Denniston East. Oriana Fenton will go in lane 7, Pymble Ladies College. Molly Rummy in lane 8, St Xavier's, Gunnedah. And Jewel Madison Aguilar Bardia, Sydney Southwest in lane 9. They are away.
And the fastest reaction time there was Amaya Hill, swimming in lane 0 and a time of 0.54.
She got away well. We're at lane 4 again. And it is Ivy Smith, St Gregory's. She was the fastest qualifier, and she's leading them out with 10 metres to swim, although she's got some good company around her, and she will lead them into the wall unofficially. Ivy Smith, Hannah Horry, and Chloe Joe are our unofficial top 3 there. A lot of things got to happen right in the breaststroke. There's particular rules about where the hands have to be at particular parts of the action.
I think the critical word with breaststroke and that is symmetry.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, if you muck your symmetry up, you're going around in circles, aren't you? But you're right. Yeah, it's got to be a very efficient action. All right. Sebastian Natel Egawa, Our Lady of the Assumption, will be swimming in this 50 metres final of breaststroke for the 11 years boys, and he will go in lane 0. In lane 1, Callan Atherton, Yamina. Lane 2, Aris Farizis, Trinity Grammar. Lane 3, Oliver Pearson, Cal Crossy, part of the combined independent schools. Lane 4, Thomas McCormack, St Mary's, Casino. Christian McBrien will swim in lane 5 from William Clark School. Sean Ning. Lane 6, Rosalie. Brendan Makira will go in lane 7, Kellyville. Kane Mason will swim in lane 8 from Gaimea Bay. And Josh Spinks will swim in lane 9 for St Xavier's, Gunnedah. Swimmers have been called to their blocks. They'll receive the 2 commands of on their mark and then the start. Powerful start. Fastest away, 055 Thomas McCormack, and he's in lane 4. So you'd expect pretty good reactions from those middle lanes. And it is lanes 4, 5 and 6 where a lot of the action is at the moment, although lane 2 is doing very nicely and lane 4 not out of it at this stage. Lane 2 is going to create some problems here for these middle lanes. It's going very, very well. That's Callan Atherton. Let's see how it goes. Thomas McCormack, Aris Farisius and Christian McBrien. Yeah. Yeah, it is Thomas McCormack from St Mary's, all the way from Casino on the... is that correct to say that's on the far north coast? Casino, yeah. Nice little place.
Aris Ferris from Trinity Grammar was second.
Yes.
Well done to those boys.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on to now some of the older swimmers. And it's the girls, 12 to 13 years, 50 metres, breaststroke final. The record, Caton Simpson from Lennox Head, North Coast. And it was set in 2004. She has held the record for a long time in a time of 35.55. Let's see how these girls go trying to chase that down, or just trying to swim as well as they can. Here's our lineup. Karen Preston from St Andrews will swim in lane 0. Santana Tonelli Smith in lane 1 from Macaulay Rose Bay. Ayla Pittock in lane 2, Orana Heights. London Campbell will swim in lane 3, St Joseph's Bulli. In lane 4, Charlotte Lim, PLC Sydney. In lane 5, Charlotte Holmes, Oxley College. Lane 6, Venice Curry, Sacred Heart, Broken Hill. Phoebe Lavelle will swim in lane 7, St Pius, 10th, Dubbo. And Pare Nader, I hope I got that right, is in lane 8, and Alexis Witten, lane 9. The race is well and truly on, with lane 4, Charlotte Lim, doing some clean work very early and establishing a very handy lead to take the race into the second 25 metres. Business end of the race, as we like to call it, and it is Charlotte Lim leading them down into the wall, I think. Let's see how this goes for her. It is Charlotte Lim, London Campbell and Charlotte Holmes. Unofficial results, time of 36.63. 5.3, apologies, 36.43. You've got to keep in mind too, Grant, that a lot of these swimmers they've had a few events today. By the time you get to this stage of the day, might be a bit of fatigue creeping in, particularly in that last 10 metres of some of these finals.
Yeah, no, I think watching the live stream, for those of you that have been viewing this morning and this afternoon, we've had some terrific swims, and some of the names are cropping up in a number of events and a variety of events, and it's great to see.
I dare say some of these swimmers will be back again tomorrow for some more. All right, we're going with the boys, 12 to 13 years, 50 metres breaststroke final. In lane 0, Hamish Carmichael, holding name Foster. Ethan Liu, lane 1, Gordon East. He's in lane 1. In lane 2, Edward Lee, Quakers Hill Public. In lane 3, Carter McGee, Shaw. Lane 4, Ian Jung, Epping West. Taewoo O will swim in lane 5, Barker College. In lane 6, McKinley Griffin, St Columbus, Adamstown. In lane 7, Jacob Deere, Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Lane 8, Daniel O, Normanhurst from the Sydney North region. And in lane 9, Harrison Stevens, St John's, Dubbo. They are racing. And we have amazing reaction there of 0.39, Carter McGee. Goodness me, he got away well.
Carter McGee's had a number of swims this morning, Matt, and possibly fatigue might play into consideration here, but
let's see how.
Been an excellent competitor this morning.
Yeah. Let's see how he goes. He got away well, and he's going to find competition in the middle there again. And it looks like it might be lane 5 here. And it is. Taewoo O, 36.40. Ian Jung and McKinley Griffin are the unofficial place getters for the 12 to 13 years boys breaststroke final. All right, we're going to move from the hustle and bustle of the 50 metres breaststroke to, I won't say this is going to be leisurely, but a slightly longer event, which will be 200 metres individual medley. So these swimmers will swim each of the strokes. Clunas, lane 1, Tamworth. Addison Barnes, lane 2, Picton. Jamie Hugo is in lane 3, Holsworthy. Jasmine Swarbrick, lane 4, Wilberforce. Vienna O'Connor, Richmond Public, is in lane 5. Eden O'Connell, lane 6, Albury Public. Sarah Carter is in lane 7, Deniliquin South. Ruby Harris, lane 8, School of the Air. And Ella Senior is in lane 9, and she's from Moree. Another one of our School of the Air students there, Grant. Yep. Great to see them making it through to Sydney. And Moree's a fair way out there as well.
We've also got students from Albury and Deniliquin, Tamworth,
Karababula. There's going to be some kids in a classroom telling us how to pronounce that. Well, Wilberforce on the edge of Sydney there, along with Richmond. But Moree, they've got those hot springs out at Moree. Very nice to relax in. Got to be careful not to spend too long in them though. All right, here we go. We have lane 7, and that would be Sarah Carter, gracefully leading them through this backstroke leg. She looks strong. I'm pretty sure. Oh, have I got lane 6? Sorry, it is Eden O'Connell. Sorry, Sarah. It is Eden O'Connell leading them through. And she's from Albury Public. And pretty quickly, Jasmine Swarbrick has pulled up alongside and has taken the lead. So that's a good finish to the backstroke leg, good turn and away in the breaststroke. And now we've got lane 2 and 3. Addison Barnes, Jamie Hugo, who have established the lead now, with Addison Barnes from Picton.
And that's a great swim by Addison, Matt.
Yeah.
She's caught up and taken the lead
Mm.
in that breaststroke leg. So let's see how strong her freestyle leg is.
Yeah, she's put in some serious work there in breaststroke. Obviously, very good at it, and she's got enough of a lead here if she's strong enough in her freestyle. But we certainly have Jamie Hugo, who's she's not finished yet. She's finishing very strongly.
Well, this is going to be a great finish, Matt, between Jamie and Addison, and it looks like Jamie might just get there.
Yeah, Jamie Hugo, that's a really resilient and strong swim. You've got to have a bit of faith in yourself to be able to bring it home in that second half. And she had work to do going into the final leg, and she swam brilliantly in that freestyle leg. 2:58.57 for Jamie Hugo, Addison Barnes, Eden O'Connell, the first three finishes there. Heat 2, Sienna Chung, lane 0, Lidcombe. Chloe Joe, Denniston East is in lane 1. Indy Rayfield is in lane 2. Indy's from the Junction. Xander Murdoch, lane 3, St Philip. Mia Hu, lane 4, St Bernard's Botany. Nolene Ponto, Abbotsford, is in lane 5. Emily Skihan, Valentine, she's from Valentine School, is in lane 6. From Sutherland, Jasmine Bochanek, in lane 7. In lane 8, Gabrielle Seckold, Merriweather Heights, up in the Hunter region. And Zara Chowdhury from Tacking Point is in lane 9 and makes up the entire field as they make their way down to the completion of the butterfly leg, lane 3. Xander Murdoch turns in front with a slight lead.
It was a very good butterfly leg by Xander, and still showing the way in the backstroke, so good 100 metres for her at the moment.
Other girls are there and they're around her. Should be aware of the presence of a young lady in lane 4, Mia Hu from St Bernard's Botany. She's in touch there. Mia is in touch. So this will be a battle, I think, down the last 100 metres. Good turn from both girls. And Mia is now on the shoulder, I think, of Xander. She's well and truly pulled up alongside her. And has taken the lead. So I guess it takes a little bit of a faith in your race plan for this kind of thing, doesn't it? Because you can be led by somebody else. You know, if you've got your race plan and you're calm, stick with it and allow your strengths to unfold as the race unfolds.
As you watch the medley events, Matt, often it's the breaststroke lead that determines the outcome of the race.
Yeah, absolutely right, Grant. That's what we're seeing, isn't it? Yeah.
That was a terrific swim there from, I think it was
Mia. It's Mia.
Mia Hu, who's also had a pretty big program today. So well done, Mia. Done very well so far today.
Xander Murdoch has done very well here. She hasn't lost a lot of ground, and she's maintained contact with Mia. But it will be Mia who, from St Bernard's Botany, who takes out unofficially the second heat of the individual medley for girls 11 to 13 years. We're going to move into a third heat. In lane 1, Ayla Pittock from Orana Heights Public School. She will swim in lane 1. Molly Ramian from St Xavier's Gunnedah, lane 3. Lexi Mulcahy, Abbotsleigh, swimming in lane 4. In lane 5, Pare, Nada And my apologies once again if I haven't got that correct. The kids from St Monica's will be screaming at me, letting me know what the correct pronunciation is there, but she is swimming in lane 5. Venice Curry, Sacred Heart, Broken Hill, a long way from home, is in lane 6. Madison Sedgwick, Woonona on the south coast, is in lane 7. Ava Thornbury, lane 8. From Canowindra, also a distance from home. And Bardia, from Bardia, representing Bardia, Sydney Southwest, is Jewel Madison Aguila, lane 9. The girls are away. Lane 4 has the lead at the moment. Lexi Mulcahy. Great shot of the butterfly leg from side on and closer down to pool level. It is Lexi Mulcahy that will take them through the first 50. And a very good turn and just put a little bit more distance into that lead. And we'll see how as you're saying, Grant, that breaststroke leg unfolds.
That was a terrific lead by Lexi the butterfly. Very, very good turn, and she powered out of that turn into the backstroke. And she's established quite a good lead here going into the third of 4 legs, the breaststroke leg.
Yeah.
So we'll see how well she can perform here, but she's looking very good at the moment.
I'm probably incorrect and showing my ignorance here, but I'm just putting it out there that we're looking at leads being established in butterfly, leads being established and pull back in breaststroke. Are those strokes the more technical strokes, and can you be a bit of a powerhouse and power through backstroke and freestyle, but then have breaststroke and butterfly? That you've got to be a little bit more of a technician to make those efficient and work for you in an individual medley. Here we go. Here's the turn. She's had a good breaststroke leg, Lexi Mulcahy, and she's not going to have an issue here, I don't think.
No, that was a very good turn. As you say, Matt, the technical event or the technical strokes are the butterfly and the breaststroke, and Lexi is a very good exponent of both those.
Not bad at freestyle either. I think she's extending her lead here.
She's going to have a great swim here, and this will be a good preparation for the final for her.
No, she's enjoying it. Comes down to the wall. Swims 2:39.98. And a great swim from all the girls who have obviously had a bit of a program today, I would say, and are looking forward to having a bit of a rest this evening. We have a 4th heat, and the 4th heat consists of the following swimmers. Zoe Marsh, Woonona in lane 0. Minnie Clark from Roseville, swimming in lane 1. In lane 2, Kiara Nixon, Corrimal East. In lane 3, Indiana Cedars from St Monica's, Richmond. Charlotte Lim will swim in lane 4 from PLC Sydney. Alexis Witten will swim in lane 5, St Xavier's Gunnedah. Abby Williams is swimming in lane 6. Kalea. Chloe Quark is in lane 7 from Murray Bashir School. It's down in Strathfield, I think. And Delilah Wharton swimming out of lane 8. Byron Bay and Benora Point representative Abby Rose Proctor is swimming in lane 9 as they come down and turn, and Charlotte Lim takes them through in 33.11 from Indiana and Delilah. And that lane 4, fastest qualifier usually, seems to be working a little bit of magic for a few swimmers this afternoon. It is Charlotte Lim from PLC Sydney, leading them into the conclusion of the backstroke
league.
For those that don't know, Matt, the Meet Manager program seeds the heats based on times, with the fastest times being the centre 3 lanes, 4, 5 and 6, and that's why we generally see lane 4 winning or certainly being up amongst the top competitors.
Yeah. Also some, we've got some, I think those middle lanes, I get a feeling they experience less of the wash from the side of the pool as well. So if you are fortunate enough to be a faster qualifier and you draw the middle lanes, you get the benefit of a little bit less turbulence, I guess, to deal with if you're swimming in that position. Because there's a splashback. I believe there's a splashback from the side of it, a little bit from the side of the pool. So I don't know. There's a lot to it, and I think swimmers and swimming coaches could probably describe it in a lot more detail. But you know, there are a lot of interesting little aspects to a lot of sports, and I guess that's one of them for swimming.
This is a great swim by Charlotte.
It certainly is. She's dominated it, hasn't she? She will come down to the wall moving really well. And she comes in 2:34.84. Now I'm thinking the record is in the 2:31 there. And 2:30, okay, yeah. So that's, you know, for such a long swim, that's there and thereabouts. It's not the record, but it's not the final. So maybe Charlotte and her other swimming colleagues will have something to say about that come final time. All right, we're going to boys 11 to 13 years. 200 metre medley heats, and these will be our last events for the day. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got 4 events to go to the final, and then obviously we will have a break for tonight, and then we'll be back here tomorrow morning for warm up at 8 a.m. for those that are coming to the carnival for the first time.
We're away. Heat 1, 11 to 13 years boys medley, individual medley. Zayden Paul is swimming in lane 0, from Morgan Street. Milan Raya Jirai from Holsworthy's going in lane 1. He's swimming in lane 1. Jack Grace is swimming in lane 2 from Martin's Gully. Henry Kay, lane 3, Orange. Jarvis Nixon, lane 4, Corrimal East. Bow Hill, Armidale City, is in lane 5. Swimming in lane 6, Riley Garner, Baronga. Cruz Kendall is in lane 7, Lake Cargelligo. Cohen Bromley is swimming in lane 8, Narellan, Sydney Southwest. And Harry Stridland from Sandon is in lane 9. Stands are a little bit empty now. You can, it makes sense, I guess. You've got a lot of people that have swum earlier, particularly relays, and headed off, and some of them to return tomorrow. And you've got the supporters there of the students that are swimming in these final events of the day.
I think you mentioned it earlier, Matt, when you went out on the pool deck. We've had a terrific turn up today. And not only are the swimming championships being held in the Olympic pool, but to your left in the utility pool, the PWSA diving championships are being held. So it's been a fantastic day of aquatics for the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association today.
Yeah, and it's I had the opportunity to watch a little bit of the diving, and it was very impressive. Those divers, those students. I mean, most of us don't get much exposure to diving, and that we do, we see at the top levels, and to see it, and it's in its formative and development stages. It's a privilege to watch them, diving, learning their craft. Showing those skills. It was nice to be able to watch it for a little while today.
And we're very lucky, Matt, to have 2 of the most elite diving coaches in Australia, that being Brett Austin and Sue Milford, and they've generously given their time over many years to conduct these championships and also train the kids. So well done to Sue and Brett. It's been a pleasure working with you over many years, and we hope that continues in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right. Well, we've got a lane 8 here, which is a bit of a turn up for lane 4. That's been a nice lane to swim in most of the day. But lane 8, Cohen Bromley from Narellan, is he's going to come down and post the time here of 3:11.81. What a fine swim, Cohen Bromley. Flew under the radar there a little bit, and also under us having a bit of a conversation there, Grant, but it was a really good swim. Might have surprised a few people from other parts of the pool there. He didn't let it deter him. He swam brilliantly, and Cohen Bromley.
No, congratulations, Cohen. That was a terrific swim, particularly to achieve that result from lane 8. So well done, mate.
I was looking at that Kieran Perkins one. I think that might have been a lane 8 swim in an Olympic pool. Yeah.
It was certainly an outside lane.
It certainly was, yeah.
Whatever the numbers were in those days.
That's right. He just tucked himself away and swam away. Here we go. Heat 2. Edward McGilvray, Cudgegong Valley is in lane 0. Flynn Trethan from K-Bar in lane 1. Ethan Saunders is in lane 2 from Borkham Hills North. Zach Brown is in lane 3. Our Lady of Fatima, Carringbar. McKinley Griffin, lane 4. St Columbus, Adamstown. Aris Pharesis, Trinity Grammar and the Combined Independent Schools. Lane 5. Sebastian Chalub, Bel Air is in lane 6. Sebastian Natalegawa, lane 7. Our Lady of the Assumption. Sage McLucas is in lane 8 from Kingscliff, North Coast. And Luke Busby rounds out the field in lane 9 from Griffith East. We've got lane 2 away to a nice start here. Flynn Trethan from Kahiba School. It is Ethan Saunders from Borkham Hills North in lane 2 that is hauling the mail at the moment out front, and will come down to touch at the end of backstroke and take them into the technical breaststroke leg. Let's see how everybody's breaststroke is here.
Yeah, for those that haven't been to Sydney Olympic Park Aquatic Centre, the pool lane numbering starts at lane 0 and then goes through to lane 9. So lane 1 is actually, for those of us that are looking at the pool, would traditionally be lane 2. So remember, the swimmer closest to the edge is swimming in lane 0, not lane 1.
And that's our swimmer at the bottom of the screen as we look at it, Grant. Yeah, well explained. Got a rich history, this swimming stadium now, doesn't it? I mean, now after an Olympic Games and all the other championships that have taken place. Started building it in 1992, I think. Completed in 94. Well before the Olympics, I think. And the Olympic bid. When was the Olympic bid? Must have been, was that 96?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
I do know that the primary schools were the first school sport association to come here for their championships. Traditionally, they've been competing at Warringah.
And then the CHS crowd and swimming championships was a North Sydney pool affair, wasn't it? Now, was there a venue in between North Sydney and Olympic Park?
No, there wasn't. No, we came straight from North Sydney pool to Sydney Olympic Park pool, and we've been at North Sydney pool basically since 1930.
Wow. Yeah, it's got a history.
A couple of years at Drummoyne when North Sydney pool was being refurbished. So we had a long tradition at North Sydney, and we're blessed in New South Wales to have a facility of this stand. This is one of the best swimming centres in the whole world.
McKinley Griffin successful there. in Heat 2, and we're going to go with Heat 3. Jude Bateman in Lane 0, Coffs Harbour. Nate Mingay, Lane 1. Griffith East, Kobe Mead, Gaimea Bay will swim in Lane 2. Thomas McCormack will swim in Lane 3. He's from St Mary's Casino. Ashton Bone will swim in Lane 4. Our Lady of the Rosary. Harrison Ayer, Lane 5. Sydney Grammar, St Ives. Alistair Lowe, St Pius, Enmore. Harrison Lee is in Lane 7. Bundina, Sydney East. Liam Fletcher, Forster, Hunter Region, Lane 8. And rounding out the field in Lane 9, Tyler Morgan, Russellvale, South Coast. Got a nice little golf course down at Russellvale. Very, very intricate little course it is, I believe. On the Pacific Highway, Russellvale, northern suburb in the of the Wollongong area. All right, Harrison Ayer takes them through in 35.19. He's in Lane 5. He's doing quite nicely. Harrison is from Sydney Grammar, St Ives. He's in good company though. He's got company just on his shoulder in Lane 6, it looks like. Alistair Lowe. Would that be right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 4 and 5. We've got Lane 4 and 5 going at it. My apologies, viewers. Ashton Bone and Harrison Ayer. Yep, we'll take them through. Ashton Bone has assumed the lead in Lane 4. Here's the challenge of the breaststroke leg unfolding right in front of us. So we're coming across to Olympic Park in what year, Grant, roughly?
We came across in 96, from memory. I'll
Okay.
have to check that. The primaries were certainly here as soon as it opened.
Yeah.
And the secondaries, through tradition, remained at North Sydney Pool until such times as we really had to go to a greater facility.
Lot of charm and character at the old North Sydney facility. Hard to park, I believe. Is that right?
Very hard to park.
Yeah. All right, going into the last 50 here. Ashton Bone maintains the lead. It's a good contest down the final leg of freestyle. Harrison Ayer is right with him.
This is going to be a great race here, Matt. I think, though, Ashton might just...
Yeah, he's doing slightly the better here. He looks like he enjoys a bit of freestyle. And I mean, what a way to finish the day. Surely these guys would like to have a... Oh, this is a great finish. Ashton Bone is coming over the top, and he almost got... Harrison Ayer, Lane 5. Ashton Bone. It's a big finish, yeah. There you go. The boys will sleep well this evening. We have one more event race to complete the program for the day. It is Heat 4, and it is the 11 to 13-year-old boys 200 metres individual medley. In Lane 1, Lennox Eek, Terranora, North Coast. Lane 2, David Carty, Roselle. Lane 3, Aaron Wang, Lindfield. Lane 3, Benji Linus, Turramurra. Lane 4, Carter McGee, Shaw. Lane 5, Ian Jung, Epping West. In Lane 6, Samuel Teist, North Rocks, or Tiest. Apologies, Samuel and folks. Jaden Barker is swimming in Lane 7 from Kellyville. Jake Schulz is in Lane 8 from Mount St Thomas. And Phoenix Jackson from Gledswood Hills, Sydney Southwest, Lane 9. They are away in the final race event of the day.
And for your information, the record for the boys 11 to 13 years 200 metres individual medley was set in 2017 by Carl Alberton from the King's Prep School in a time of 2:27.20. So the boys are a little off that at the moment.
Yeah.
But we still have the final race to go. And we've had one of the outstanding competitors of the day in Lane 4, Carter McGee, and we'll keep our eyes on Carter.
Right, so we're coming down to the conclusion of events today. Warm-up for tomorrow commences at 8 o'clock, and we believe the program will start at 9:30. Check all the programs, check your information regarding all of that, and a good idea to give yourself, if you're travelling into Sydney, give yourself that little bit of a buffer with the time, because the traffic conditions can be a little unpredictable as you get into the Sydney metropolitan area. So I'm sure experienced hands will know that, but allow a little extra time for travelling into Sydney if you are coming in tomorrow, and you certainly look forward to seeing everybody here tomorrow.
Yeah, just to reiterate that, Matt, tomorrow is the first day of the Royal Rooster Show, and the car parks do tend to fill up early. So if you are coming, try and get here as early as possible in time for that warm-up. The gates will open at approximately 7:30, so if you do get here early, you will be able to enter the pool.
Yeah, good point, Grant. Carter McGee takes them through into the final 50 metres that's going to be swum today, and he's established a nice lead over Ian Jung from Epping West. Carter McGee, as we expected, swimming well, and he is from Shaw, Combined Independent Schools. He's got a 15-metre lead. He's going to come down to the wall, and we'll see what sort of time he posts. And it is 2:36.58 for Carter McGee from Shaw. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to all the swimmers today. It's been a fine performance right across the board, and we certainly look forward to seeing people tomorrow. Wish everybody safe travels here, safe travels home from the venue today, and let's roll on tomorrow and look forward to some more good swimming.